If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 1, Awakening. The first thing I notice is the sound. A low, mechanical hum, constant and grating, like a distant engine that never stops running. Then the air stale, metallic, thick with something unpleasantly organic, like sweat and recycled breath. My eyes open to a dim, flickering light overhead. The ceiling is metal, rusted in spots, condensation dripping from exposed pipes. The walls are the same dull grey, corroded at the edges, patched with bolted plates. This isn't my room. I sit up too fast, and a wave of dizziness slams into me. My limbs feel sluggish, my head heavy, like I've been drugged or sleeping for far too long. My fingers grip the edge of the cot-thin mattress, metal frame, uncomfortable as hell. A set of rough, grey robes hangs from a hook on the wall. A small metal locker sits at the foot of the bed. I don't recognize any of this. Where am I? Panic bubbles up, but I force myself to breathe. Think. Remember. And then I do. It hits like a hammer to the skull. Two sets of memories, tangled together, clashing, overlapping. One part of me remembers my old life. A normal life. Waking up every morning to the same routine, groggily shutting off my alarm, dragging myself to the bathroom, scrolling through my phone while half asleep. Breakfast was whatever was quick, instant coffee, maybe some cereal if I wasn't too lazy. Then came the daily grind. School, then later, work. Long hours spent in classrooms, then offices, staring at screens, typing, listening, waiting for the day to end. Evenings weren't much different. A few hobbies to pass the time: reading, gaming, watching videos. Some occasional time with friends, but nothing deep. No grand ambitions, no real struggles. Just existence. Predictable, safe, mundane. And now, all of that is gone. The other part of me? 14 years in a hive city. Born into the Imperium. Raised in squalor, trained to be a cog in an unfeeling machine. Waking up every day to the same routine, the same grueling work, the same prayers muttered out of obligation rather than faith. 2 lives. 2 versions of me. One of them shouldn't exist. I swallow, my throat dry. My heart is pounding. The old me, the real me, was never supposed to be here. This isn't fiction anymore. This is real. The realization is suffocating. This world. I know what it is. I know what the Imperium is. The hellish dystopia where life is meaningless, where billions die nameless, where the only escape is death or power. And I have neither. I grip my head, my breath coming in short gasps. No. No. This isn't right. There has to be some way out. Some way to wake up from this nightmare. But even as I think that, I know the truth. This is my life now. I force myself to focus. My hands are still shaking, but I need to move. Get up. Get dressed. Follow the routine ingrained in this body's memories. I pull on the grey robes, rough and worn, boots scuffed from years of use. My satchel leans against the wall, its leather strap cracked. Inside, I find a few tattered papers, a simple stylus, and a dented metal flask filled with stale water. And then, a flicker. A glow at the edge of my vision. Words, appearing out of nowhere. Status page. Name, Cashin Vale. Age, 14. Race, human, Imperium. Affiliation, Imperium of Man. Occupation, Imperial Scribe. Physique, F, 3/10. Dexterity, F, 3/10. Intelligence, F, 6/10. Wisdom, F, 7/10. Affinity, F, 3/10. Perk points available, 0. Skills. Basic literacy, low Gothic, level max. I freeze. My breath catches in my throat. A status screen? I blink, but it doesn't disappear. It lingers at the edge of my vision, waiting, responding to my focus. This shouldn't be possible. A game-like system? In Warhammer 40k? I stare at my stats. Everything except intelligence and wisdom is barely above rock bottom. No special abilities. No magic. Just numbers. I exhale slowly. It's something. Not an escape. Not a miracle. But an advantage. I don't know how it works yet, but if this world is as brutal as I know it is, I'll need every edge I can get. A distant chime echoes through the corridor. Work cycle starting. No time to figure this out now. I shoulder my satchel and step outside. The corridor is suffocatingly narrow. Cramped metal walls lined with flickering glow strips. The air is thick with incense from the nearby shrine, barely masking the sweat and machinery stench. The floor vibrates with the distant thrum of industrial machines deep within the hive. Dozens of other scribes shuffle past me in silence. Grey robes, tired eyes, hunched shoulders. None of them look at me. None of them speak. Just another day in the Imperium. I move with them, feet following a path I don't need to think about. Down 3 levels. Past the shrine. Through the east corridor. My mind is racing, but my body moves on instinct. The scriptorium is a vast, windowless hall lined with endless rows of cogitators. The air is filled with the rhythmic clatter of keys, the low murmur of servitors maintaining the machines. Overseers in red-trimmed robes pace between the aisles, their bionic eyes scanning for slackers. I take my seat at my assigned cogitator. The screen flickers to life, loading endless lines of text. Tithe reports. Logistics. Endless, meaningless data. My fingers hover over the keys. And I feel it again. That hollowness. This is my life now. Typing numbers. Pushing buttons. A slow, inevitable march toward an unremarkable death. I feel frustration clawing at my chest. I was stripped from my world. My life. Thrown into this nightmare. And worst of all, I don't even know what I want to do. Escape? How? This isn't a world where you just run away. Every road leads to death outside the hive, there's nothing but wasteland, radiation, and mutant-filled ruins. Survival? How? I have nothing. No connections. No power. No place in this world beyond being a disposable worker. I clench my fists. What am I supposed to do? For the first time, doubt creeps in. What if I don't have a choice? What if I'm just stuck? My vision flickers. That glow at the edge of my sight. Status page. My only advantage. I swallow. Right now, it's weak. But it can grow. If I get stronger, if I figure out how this works, maybe, just maybe, I'll have a chance. I exhale, steadying myself. My hands are still shaking as I start typing. The work is mindless, the same repetitive drudgery that will fill the rest of my life. But now, something is different. Because for the first time since waking up in this world, I have something to work toward. The cogitator hums softly, its screen flickering as I begin typing. The data scrolls endlessly, a wall of numbers, records, and reports that mean little to me. The motions are familiar, this body knows what to do. My fingers move on instinct, pressing the same few keys over and over, shifting documents, cross-referencing figures. Minutes pass. Then an hour. My mind drifts as I work, thoughts swirling in the background. The sheer monotony of it all is suffocating, but it gives me time to think. This system, my status page, it has to be my way forward. The only real advantage I have. But how does it work? Can I level up? Gain new skills? Will it reward effort, or is it something else entirely? No answers. Not yet. My eyes flick toward the overseers patrolling the rows. There's no room for distractions here. Slacking off leads to punishment, and I have no desire to test exactly how cruel they can be. So, I work. The sounds of typing and shuffling papers blend into white noise. The hum of the cogitators, the distant chanting from the shrine, the occasional cough or sniff from another scribe. It feels endless. But eventually, the chime rings again. Break cycle. I push back from my station, stretching out my stiff fingers. My back aches from hunching over the cogitator for so long. The other scribes rise in unison, filing out into the corridor. I follow, keeping my head down. Lunch is the same as always, a metal tray, a grayish nutrient paste, and a cup of lukewarm water. The food is tasteless, a thick, gelatinous mass that sticks to the roof of my mouth. It isn't meant to be enjoyed. Just fuel to keep us working. The dining hall is cramped and loud, filled with rows of scribes eating in near silence. Conversation is rare. The only sounds are the clatter of trays and the occasional murmur of prayers to the emperor. I sit alone. Not because I want to, but because I don't know these people. The memories in my head tell me their names Raymer, Orlan, Saria, but they're little more than passing acquaintances. None of them would care if I dropped dead at my desk tomorrow. I take another bite of the paste, chewing slowly. What the hell am I supposed to do? Just survive? Keep working, keep my head down, live out this miserable existence until I inevitably die like the rest of them? No. No, I refuse to accept that. I need to get stronger. I need to understand how this system works. I glanced down at my hands. Weak. Calloused, but not strong. My status page said my physique is a 3 out of 10. That number probably means I'm barely above malnourished. If I want power, I'll have to start somewhere. A group of overseers pass by, their red-trimmed robes swaying as they move toward the far side of the hall. I watch them carefully, memorizing their movements. Their posture. The way the other scribes avoid looking directly at them. Power. In this world, it means everything. And right now, I have none. But if I can change that. The chime rings again, signaling the end of our break. I stand, tray in hand, and move toward the collection bins. The rest of the scribes shuffle back toward the scriptorium in quiet resignation. Another cycle of meaningless work awaits. But this time, I don't just go through the motions. This time, I test something. As I walk, I focus on my status page again. It appears instantly, hovering at the edge of my vision, responding to my thoughts. I stare at physique, 3/10. Does it increase through effort? I clench my fists. There's only one way to find out. By the time the final work cycle ends, my fingers are numb, my back aches, and my eyes burn from staring at the cogitator screen for so long. The walk back to my hab is slow, my limbs heavy. The corridors are dimly lit, the glow strips flickering erratically. The scent of oil and burning incense lingers in the air, mixing with the ever-present stink of sweat and metal. The streets of the midhive are a chaotic mess. Narrow walkways crammed with people, hab stacks rising high above, their walls lined with rusted metal and exposed wiring. Tech priests march through the streets, their mechanical limbs clicking against the ground, while enforcers patrol in their black armor, batons at their sides. I keep my head down as I walk. Avoid drawing attention. Just another faceless worker in a city of billions. When I finally reach my hab, I shut the door behind me and let out a slow breath. The room is as small and miserable as I remember. A cot, a locker, a cracked mirror on the wall. No windows. No decorations. Just a space to sleep before another day of endless work. I sit on the cot, rolling my shoulders. My body feels weak. I'm weak. That needs to change. I bring up my status page again. My stats are the same. No changes. So just working doesn't increase them. Then how do I improve? I need to test this. I push myself up and drop into a squat. My legs burn almost immediately. I force myself through the motion, gritting my teeth as I push up and go again. And again. And again. 30 isn't enough. I keep going. By the time I hit 50, my legs shake with each repetition. My breath comes in short, ragged bursts, sweat dripping from my forehead onto the cold metal floor. My muscles scream at me to stop, but I grit my teeth and force another set. 100. My legs buckle, and I crash onto the cot, chest heaving. My entire lower body is on fire. My heartbeat pounds in my ears, my arms shaking as I try to wipe the sweat from my face. I'm not done. I roll onto the floor, pressing my palms against the cold metal. Push UPS. My arms feel weak, but I force them to work. 1. 2. 5. 10. By 20, my arms tremble under my weight. By 30, my muscles are locking up, every inch of my body begging me to stop. But I don't. I push through. When I hit 50, I collapse, my vision swimming. My lungs burn, my muscles twitch uncontrollably. I lay there, staring at the rusted ceiling, gasping for breath. It's been years since I've pushed my body like this. No, this body has never been pushed like this. A flicker at the edge of my vision. I focus. Physique, 3.1/10. A rush of exhilaration shoots through me. It worked. Effort increases stats. Not instantly, not by much, but it does. I wipe the sweat from my face, my heart still pounding. This changes everything. It means I have a path forward. It means I can grow. I can't stay weak forever. If I do, I'll die just like the rest of them. I exhale slowly, staring at my status page for a long moment. This is my only chance. My only way out. Tomorrow, I'll push harder. Tomorrow, I'll get stronger. Because if I don't, I won't survive this world. Chapter 2, Scraps and Strength. 12 hours of work. 8 hours of sleep. 4 hours before the cycle repeats. The numbers swim in my head as I wake, blinking against the dim glow of the lumen strips lining the ceiling. My body feels sluggish, my limbs aching from yesterday's exercise. A good ache. A reminder that I did something. That I'm not just another cog in the scriptorum's machine. I sit up on my cot, stretching my stiff arms. The room is the same as before, cramped, grey, lifeless. The air is thick with recycled breath and the faint metallic tang of rust. I exhale, shaking off the last vestiges of sleep. First priority, food. The scriptorum rations are barely enough to keep a man functioning, let alone thriving. A bowl of protein paste and a cup of water aren't going to cut it. If I want to push myself further, I need more than the bare minimum. I pull my satchel closer, fingers brushing against the few chits I've saved over the years. Not much, but enough. I've lived frugally, spent only when necessary. Now, survival demands I loosen my grip. Hive markets aren't friendly places, but they're the only place to get what I need. I sling the satchel over my shoulder and step out into the corridor. The midhive never sleeps. Even in the off hours, the air thrums with the distant roar of industry. Machines clank and whir in unseen manufacturums, and the ever-present hum of power conduits vibrates through the walls. The corridors are alive with movement, workers shuffling to and from shifts, enforcers in dull black armor making their rounds, merchants hauling their meager wares to the nearest trading hub. I blend into the crowd, just another grey-robed scribe moving with purpose. No one spares me a second glance. Good. The market is located 3 levels down, crammed into a series of interconnected corridors repurposed from old storage bays. It stinks of sweat, grease, and the acrid scent of burning tallow. A tangle of stalls and makeshift tables line the walls, traders barking out offers as people weave through the narrow paths. Fresh corpse starch, half ration price. Grox fat, real grox fat. None of that synthetic filth. Refined nutrient bars, premium quality, straight from the upper levels. Lies. Mostly. But some of it is edible, and that's what matters. I make my way toward a stall run by an older man, his face lined with age and grime. A faded red cloth is draped over his table, displaying an assortment of ration packs and questionable-looking meat strips. His eyes flick toward me as I approach. "What's your pick, lad?" His voice is rough, worn by years of shouting over the market's chaos. I glance over the selection, weighing my options. The ration packs are reliable but dull dried starch cakes, protein gel, nothing special. The meat strips, on the other hand, are a gamble. Could be grox, could be rat, could be worse. But I need protein. I tap the meat strips. "How much?" "2 chits apiece." I narrow my eyes. "1 each." He scoffs. "I don't run a charity." I hold his gaze. And I'm not an idiot. This isn't fresh. The edges are drying out, which means it's been sitting here for at least a few cycles. You'll be lucky to sell it before it starts stinking up your stall. His lip twitches. Then he grunts, waving a hand. "Fine. 1 chit each. But don't come crying if it kills you." I slide him the chits and take the strips, tucking them into my satchel. 1 transaction down. As I turn to leave, a commotion breaks out nearby. A young woman, barely older than me, being shoved back from a stall. Her clothes are tattered, her face hollow with hunger. "Get lost," the merchant growls. "No chits, no food." She hesitates, eyeing the pile of ration bars on his table. Her hands twitch at her sides, fingers curling. I recognize that look. Desperation. The merchant sees it too. His hand drops to his belt, where a stub pistol rests in a cracked leather holster. The tension is thick. The woman wavers, then backs away, vanishing into the crowd. Just another moment in the hive. I shake my head and move on. The walk back to my hab is uneventful. People pass by without looking, lost in their own struggles. A few enforcers lean against a rusted wall, batons resting across their laps, watching the crowd with unreadable expressions. Not looking for trouble, but ready for it. I keep my head down. No reason to draw their attention. When I finally reach my hab unit, I shut the door and let out a slow breath. The room is still the same cold, lifeless. But it's mine. I pull the meat strips from my satchel and take a cautious bite. Salty. Tough. Stringy. Not fresh, but not spoiled. Could be worse. I eat quickly, washing it down with a sip of stale water from my flask. It's not much, but it's better than the scriptorum's rations. Now, the real work begins. I strip off my robe, leaving only the sweat-stained undershirt and trousers. My body is still sore from yesterday, but that doesn't matter. Pain is just another problem to push through. Squats first. The first 20 are easy. By 30, my legs start to burn. By 50, they tremble under my weight. I keep going. Push UPS next. My arms protest immediately, but I grit my teeth and force them through the motions. 10. 20. 50. Sit UPS. Lunges. Every movement is a battle against exhaustion. Sweat drips onto the cold metal floor. My breaths come fast and ragged, but I don't stop. Not until I've pushed my body to its limit. When I finally collapse onto the cot, my muscles scream in protest. My heart pounds against my ribs, my lungs burning from exertion. A flicker at the edge of my vision. I focus. Physique, 3.2-3.3/10. A small increase. Barely anything. But it's progress. I close my eyes, exhaustion pulling me under. Tomorrow, I'll do it again. Because in this world, weakness is death. And I refuse to die in this place. Not like this. 22:54 Terran Standard Time. The hive never truly slept. The shift changes simply altered the rhythm, one set of exhausted workers trudging home while another took their place. The low hum of machinery never stopped, and the scent of sweat, rust, and recycled air was as constant as the flickering lumen strips overhead. His muscles still ached from the earlier exertion, but there was no time to dwell on it. His shift at the scriptorum was beginning, and that meant another 12 hours of mind-numbing transcription. His pace was slower than usual as he made his way through the corridors, surrounded by fellow scribes, all of them moving with the same dull resignation. The entrance to the scriptorum was a thick, rusted bulkhead, guarded by a hovering servo skull. The overseer stood nearby, his augmetic eyes scanning them as they entered. There was no greeting, no acknowledgement, just the silent expectation that they would sit down and begin their work. And so, he did. The hours passed in a blur of ink and repetition. Each movement was automatic, his hands moving across the parchment as he copied endless lines of dictated scripture, trade records, and administrative notices. The process was designed to crush the mind, to reduce thought to simple obedience. But his mind did not obey. He needed money. He had already spent part of his savings on extra food, and that was not sustainable. Without a steady income, he would soon be back to the bare minimum rations provided by the administratum. That wasn't an option. He had felt the difference after eating more, after training his body. He couldn't afford to slip back. So, where did he even start? Theft was an option, an incredibly risky one. The punishments in the hive were severe, and he didn't have the experience or contacts to pull it off safely. Contacts. That was another problem. He had no connections. No friends. No favors owed. That left one option: labor. Real, physical work. The hive was massive, and there were always jobs that needed doing: manual hauling, factory shifts, maintenance work. The problem was finding an opening. Work wasn't just handed out, especially to scribes. His hands tensed slightly. He needed to find work. But how? 11:04 Terran Standard Time. By the time his shift ended, his body was stiff from sitting, his fingers aching from gripping the stylus. He stepped out of the scriptorum, the artificial lighting of the hive city's corridors casting long shadows. He could go back to his hab unit, eat, and rest. But that wouldn't solve anything. He needed work. So, instead of taking his usual route back, he changed direction, heading toward the lower tiers of the mid-hive. This was unfamiliar territory. He had spent years moving between the scriptorum and his quarters, barely paying attention to the rest of the hive. But now, he forced himself to look. The deeper he went, the louder everything became. The hum of machinery turned into a near-deafening roar in some areas. The air was thicker, filled with the scent of metal, grease, and unwashed bodies. People moved with purpose: workers, loaders, guild enforcers keeping order. His first stop was the workboards. They were scattered throughout the hive, simple metal slabs where overseers and work gangs posted notices. Most were for long-term contracts, requiring guild approval or sponsorship, things he didn't have. Others were for specialized labor, too specific, too technical. Still, he scanned every listing, searching for anything he could do. Nothing. His frustration built as he moved on. He started watching the laborers instead, looking for openings, listening for anything useful. He approached a group of haulers unloading crates from a transport rig. They were massive men, their arms thick with muscle, their faces hardened by years of back-breaking labor. "Who do I talk to for work?" he asked one of them. The man barely glanced at him. "We don't need scribes. I can lift." A scoff. "You'll break in half." He clenched his jaw. He had expected that response, but it still stung. He tried again at another loading bay, this time approaching a middle-aged woman directing a group of workers. "I'm looking for extra work," he said, keeping his tone steady. "Manual labor." She gave him a once-over, then shook her head. "No openings. Try somewhere else." This was getting him nowhere. But he kept going. By the time an hour passed, he had been rejected half a dozen times. No one wanted to take a chance on him. He wasn't built like a laborer, and in a place like this, strength mattered more than willingness. Then, finally, something. Near the edge of a maintenance sector, he found a group of workers handling cargo shipments: barrels, crates, heavy machinery. They looked understaffed, moving with hurried efficiency. He didn't wait for an invitation. He walked straight up to one of the men struggling with a crate and grabbed the other end. The worker, a wiry man with cybernetic eyes, snapped his head up. "The hell are you doing?" "Helping," he grunted, lifting. For a moment, the worker looked ready to shove him away. But then he simply nodded, shifting his grip. Together, they hauled the crate into place. A few more workers noticed. One of them, a heavy-set man with a mechanical brace on his leg, crossed his arms. "You looking for work?" "Yes." He jerked his head toward a pile of crates. "Fine. Move those. Don't drop anything. You break it, you pay for it." He didn't hesitate. The next 2 hours were grueling. The crates were heavier than he expected, and his muscles screamed in protest, but he kept moving. Every time he wanted to slow down, he pushed harder. Every drop of sweat, every aching limb, it was all proof that he was getting stronger. By the time the work was done, his arms felt like lead. The heavy-set man tossed him a few chits. "Come back tomorrow if you want more." It wasn't much, but it was something. As he pocketed the money and made his way back to his hab unit, he felt something new. Satisfaction. He had earned this. No shortcuts. No handouts. Just effort. And that was something no one could take away from him. Chapter 3, The First Week. 6:17 Terran Standard Time. The monotony of the scriptorum was beginning to wear on him. Every day followed the same structure: 12 hours of transcription, 6 hours of back-breaking labor, and 6 hours of sleep when exhaustion didn't make him collapse the moment he lay down. He had only been at it for a few days, but his body was already screaming in protest. His hands were raw from handling crude tools, his back ached from lifting, and his legs felt like lead. But that was the price of survival. The chits from the scriptorum alone wouldn't have sustained him, not with the extra food he needed. The labor-intensive work provided just enough for him to keep going, both in terms of nourishment and slow, incremental physical growth. Every shift, he forced himself through the pain, knowing that there was no alternative. This world wouldn't wait for him to adjust. The hive's lower levels were full of people like him, workers too poor to afford leisure, too insignificant to be noticed by the greater machine of imperial bureaucracy. The difference was that most had known this life since birth. He was still adjusting. He rubbed his aching wrist, looking over the meager meal he had managed to afford. It was an upgrade from what the scriptorum provided, but only barely corpse starch, a handful of protein gruel, and a half-rotten fruit he had bartered for. The taste was vile, but he ate mechanically. Hunger wasn't something he could afford to be picky about. His thoughts wandered as he chewed, eyes scanning the dingy mess hall where he sat among other laborers. Conversations murmured around him, the ever-present background noise of the hive. This was where information flowed not through whispers of intrigue, but through the complaints and daily grievances of men who had nothing left but their work. Another group of workers gone missing near the sump tunnels. Bet it's the gangers. Bastards get bolder every week. Saw a whole squad of arbits passing through the district. Something's got them spooked. Prices went up again. Can't even afford to get drunk anymore. What's the point? He listened, absorbing what little he could. The hive functioned like a living organism, its various castes and factions struggling against one another in a constant, unseen war for survival. And he was just another piece of flesh caught in the middle. A shift horn blared, signaling the next cycle of labor. He sighed, stretching his stiff muscles, and stood up. Time to work. 1342 Terran Standard Time. The weight of the crates burned in his arms, the strain running through his shoulders as he stacked them onto the conveyor. His entire body was drenched in sweat, the recycled air thick with the stench of metal and unwashed bodies. The labor yards were relentless, a place where men were worn down like dull tools until they broke. Physique, 3.4-3.5. He wasn't the only one struggling. Around him, dozens of other workers hauled materials, cleared debris, and maintained the ancient machinery that powered the hive. Some were young like him, barely more than boys. Others were veterans of this endless toil, their bodies riddled with scars and cybernetic augmentations replacing what had been lost to accidents. One of the older workers, a broad-shouldered man with a crude augmetic arm, grunted as he dropped his load. He glanced over, smirking at him. "You knew." He nodded, exhaling slowly as he adjusted his grip on another crate. "Yet." The man chuckled. "You've got that look. Won't last if you keep pushing yourself like that." He wiped sweat from his brow. "No choice." "None of us have a choice, kid." The worker sat on a nearby stack of crates, rolling his shoulder. "But there's a way to work smart. You ain't a hiver, are you?" His stomach tensed at the question. He was careful about how he responded to things like this. "Not from this district." The man raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. "Well, listen up. You wanna survive in the yards, you gotta pace yourself. Work with the rhythm, not against it. If you're struggling, find someone to share the load. We all get paid the same miserable wage either way." He considered that. The idea of cooperation wasn't foreign to him, but trust was hard to come by. Still, if he was going to be here for weeks, it made sense to not break himself too quickly. The man extended a hand. "Name's Joran." After a brief hesitation, he shook it. "Cashin." Joran grinned. "Welcome to the hive, Cashin." 1908 Terran Standard Time. By the time his shift ended, he could barely feel his arms. His mind was fogged with exhaustion, his stomach growling in protest. But there was one more thing he needed to do before resting. His body was reaching its limit, but that was exactly why he needed to push further. It wasn't just about survival, it was about growth. He wouldn't allow himself to stagnate. Returning to his unit, he cleared a small space on the cold metal floor. His limbs trembled as he lowered himself into push UPS, muscles screaming in protest. Sweat dripped down his face as he forced himself to continue. One more. Then another. He didn't stop until his body refused to move. Pain lanced through his arms as he collapsed onto his back, chest heaving. His vision blurred with exhaustion, but a small, grim satisfaction settled in his chest. Physique, 3.5-3.6. It was slow. Too slow. But progress was progress. His breath steadied as he lay there, staring at the ceiling. 3 weeks. That was all the time he had before his savings ran dry. He closed his eyes. Tomorrow would be another battle. Cashin wiped his forehead with the back of his sleeve, sweat mixing with the dust that clung to his skin. His muscles ached, his fingers felt stiff, and his back throbbed from the relentless strain of moving crates. The labor was brutal, but he forced himself to keep going. It wasn't just about the money, it was about making himself stronger. The old man, Joran, sat on an overturned crate nearby, watching Cashin with his usual half-lidded gaze. He had finished his own tasks for the shift, leaving him free to do what he did best: offer unwanted commentary. "You keep lifting like that, boy, and you'll throw out your spine before the week's over," Joran muttered, chewing on something that might have been a dried nutrient bar. "Bend your knees more." You ain't some servitor. Cashin grunted, shifting his stance slightly before hefting another crate onto the stack. I'm managing. Joran snorted. Sure, sure. Until you ain't. The two of them had fallen into a rhythm over the last few days Cashin worked, Joran criticized. Not in a cruel way, though. If anything, the old man seemed mildly amused by Cashin's persistence. Cashin set the crate down and rolled his shoulders. If you've got time to complain, you've got time to help. Joran barked out a dry laugh. I've put in my years, boy. My back ain't what it used to be. He gestured toward his leg, tapping the metal brace wrapped around his knee. Besides, I already carried my weight. You young ones gotta keep the cycle going. Cashin wasn't sure if Joran was talking about the work or something broader, something more cynical. The hive ran on cycles, after all. People were born, they worked, and they died. A relentless, unchanging loop. Still, he found himself asking, how long have you been doing this? Joran leaned back, exhaling slowly. Too long. Since before you were born, most likely. Used to be faster, stronger, thought I'd get out of this place one day. Maybe find work topside. Maybe even get a trade permit. He chuckled, low and bitter. Turns out, hope's a hard thing to kill, but not impossible. Cashin didn't respond right away. He understood what Joran meant. He had already accepted that there was no real future here, no path leading upward. He had no illusions about some miracle waiting for him. The hive only took it, never gave back. Still, he wasn't planning to rot away like the rest. You ever try? Cashin asked, sitting down on the crate next to him, wiping his hands against his robe. Joran gave him a sidelong glance. Try what? To get out. Joran was silent for a long moment. Then, with a slow sigh, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small metal chit, flicking it between his fingers. It was old, worn down, the edges smoothed from years of handling. Tried once. Saved up enough to bribe my way into a transport, he said, turning the chit over in his palm. But then my foreman back when I was younger got wind of it. Reported me to the overseers. He let out a dry chuckle. Turns out, loyalty's worth more than a handful of chits. Got docked wages for a year. Had to start from nothing again. Cashin frowned. He had heard similar stories before, stories of people who tried to escape, only to be dragged back down. The hive had a way of keeping people in place, like a vast, living organism that rejected anything trying to break free. Would you try again? Cashin asked. Joran exhaled through his nose, shaking his head. Too late for me, boy. My time's past. Even if I made it out, what would I do? Ain't fit for anything else. Cashin didn't say anything. He wasn't sure if he believed that. Maybe Joran had resigned himself to this life, but Cashin hadn't. Not yet. Joran watched him for a moment before clicking his tongue. You're different, though. Got that look in your eye. Like you think you got a way out. Cashin met his gaze, saying nothing. Joran smirked. Ha! You'll learn. The shift ended not long after. Cashin stretched out his sore limbs, already dreading the next day. He could feel his body adapting, growing stronger, but the exhaustion was real. He still had his scriptorum shift ahead, another 12 hours of mind-numbing transcription. As they gathered their things, Joran spoke up again. You want real advice? Get yourself a weapon. Cashin raised an eyebrow. Why? Joran snorted. Because sooner or later, you'll need it. That's just the way the hive is. Cashin didn't argue. He knew Joran was right. As he made his way back toward his hab unit, his mind was already working. He had food, a place to sleep, and a routine. But 3 weeks wasn't long. And if he wanted to survive past that, he needed more than just wages. He needed a plan. Chapter 4, The First Step. 1424 Terran Standard Time. The market was alive with movement, a tangled mess of bodies, flickering lumen strips, and the stink of unwashed masses. Cashin pulled his hood lower, adjusting the grimy scarf that concealed most of his face. His coat, cheap, oversized, and layered with enough filth to pass unnoticed, hung loosely around his thin frame. He exhaled slowly. Blend in. Observe. Plan. His target sat nestled between scrap vendors and a stall selling corpse starch patties, a black market arms dealer, the kind who thrived in the lower hive's filth. He was an old man with augmetic fingers, tapping lazily against the rusted counter as he chatted with a ganger. Cashin kept his distance, feigning interest in a nearby stall selling rusted tools. He didn't have the money to buy a las pistol, so he was going to steal one. It was a reckless plan, but not a stupid one. Not anymore. A week ago, his body had been sluggish, his movements imprecise. But now? He curled his fingers experimentally, feeling the control he hadn't had before. His grip was stronger. His hands no longer cramped from hours at the cogitator. Dexterity, 3.03.7. The endless repetition of typing reports had done more than just make him faster, it had honed his fingers, his reflexes. He could feel the difference in how he moved, the way his hands obeyed his commands with an ease they hadn't before. It would be enough. He shifted, stepping away from the tool stall without drawing attention. His movements were different now. He wasn't just forcing his body to obey, he was using it, moving with intent instead of blind effort. A week of hauling crates had done that. Physique, 3.64.2. The first few days had been hell. His muscles had screamed, his back had burned, and every step had been a struggle. But then, something had changed. He wasn't just enduring anymore, his body was adapting. He remembered the moment he had lifted a crate and realized it didn't feel as heavy as before. The strain was still there, but it no longer crushed him. Then came the skill. New skill acquired, physical conditioning level 4. Your body adapts to exertion more efficiently. Physique stat gains increased by 4%. It hadn't been some magical transformation. He still ached, still felt exhaustion creeping in, but it faded faster. He could push through it. And now, as he prepared to steal from a black market gunrunner, he knew his body wouldn't betray him. Cashin took slow, deliberate steps toward the stall. His heartbeat remained steady. No panic. No hesitation. He was stronger. Faster. Sharper. And he wasn't alone. The machine spirit of his cogitator had whispered to him all week. At first, it was just a subtle presence, a faint hum at the back of his mind. But then, the errors in the data sheets had become clearer to him. The flow of numbers, the logic of the inputs, it all made sense. Affinity, 3.03.8. It was nothing supernatural. Just the reality of working with a machine long enough that it started working with you. The mechanics called it appeasement of the spirit. Cashin called it learning. And that learning had given him an edge. His eyes flicked across the stall, memorizing the placement of weapons. The gangers loitering nearby were armed, but distracted. The vendor was bartering, his attention divided. The las pistols were stacked carelessly to the side. Cashin didn't hesitate. His fingers closed around the grip of a las pistol, and he moved fluid, controlled, precise. His feet carried him away from the stall before the vendor even glanced his way. No sudden movements. No rush. He didn't bolt, he simply walked. Seconds stretched. He could feel the weight of the weapon pressing against his ribs beneath his coat. The market noise swallowed everything, vendors shouting, machinery whirring, the low hum of a distant servitor. No one stopped him. Hope flickered in his chest. For the first time since waking up in this hell, Cashin felt the future open before him. He tightened his grip on the las pistol. This was only the beginning. Cashin forced himself to stay calm. To keep his breathing even. To walk like nothing was wrong. But his heart was hammering. Loud. Too loud. The weight of the las pistol was pressed against his ribs, hidden beneath his clothes. It felt heavier than it should, dragging at him, a tangible reminder of his crime. The midhive market was packed, thick with bodies and noise. The smell of grease and rust clung to the air, sweat and machinery mixing in the stifling heat. It was the perfect place to disappear if he could keep his nerves in check. His legs burned with the urge to run, to put as much distance as possible between himself and the scene of the theft. But that was how people got caught. Running drew eyes. Running made hunters out of men who might otherwise ignore you. So he walked. Not too fast, not too slow. Just another scribe heading home after a shift. Then the shout cut through the market like a gunshot. Oi! That little frocker stole from me. Cashin's stomach dropped. He didn't turn. Didn't react. But his entire body went cold. Muttering spread through the market like a ripple in water. A few people stopped, glancing around. Searching. Cashin kept walking, his pace steady. But his pulse was spiking. Then the worst possible thing happened. The vendor wasn't just yelling at random people, he was talking to the Arbit's patrol. Cashin's throat tightened. The Adeptus Arbits weren't enforcers. Enforcers might rough you up, maybe throw you in a cell for a few days. But the Arbits? They executed criminals in the street. No trial. No second chances. Just a bolt round through the skull. And they were already moving. Cashin forced himself to think. Move. He couldn't run. Not yet. That would confirm everything. He needed cover. He stepped sideways, slipping between two hunched-over laborers. Their bulky, grease-stained uniforms helped obscure his form. He kept walking, weaving through the shifting crowd, listening as the vendor ranted about a skinny, dark-haired boy. That description fit 100 people here. Maybe more. But the Arbits were trained hunters. They wouldn't stop until they had their target. Heavy boots. Metal plates clanking. Getting closer. Cashin risked a glance. 2 Arbits. Black visors. No mercy in their gait. They were scanning the crowd, their movements cold and methodical. His hands clenched. He had seconds. A week ago, this moment would have broken him. He would have panicked, frozen, or worse, bolted like a cornered rat. But now? Now he had a body that could keep up with his mind. His legs didn't shake. His breath didn't hitch. He could move fast without stumbling, without drawing attention. He turned a corner, slipping into an alley. Cold metal walls. A rusted walkway overhead. Leaking pipes. He kept moving. Swift. Silent. His boots barely made a sound. But the Arbits weren't giving up. He heard them behind him, closer than before. He yanked off his scarf and coat, stuffing them behind a pile of scrap. Not enough. They'd still recognize his clothes. Disguise. Now. He flipped his outer shirt inside out, the fabric now a dirty grey instead of faded blue. It wasn't much, but it was different. Enough to throw off a distracted searcher. A hiss of steam erupted from a nearby vent, masking the sounds of his hurried movements. He pressed himself into the shadows, listening. The boots were still there. Still searching. Cashin's heart slammed against his ribs. If they came into the alley, if they even glanced this way. No. Stay calm. Think ahead. The Arbits wouldn't waste time combing alleys for a thief. Not when they had a general description in a market full of potential suspects. But the vendor? He wouldn't forget. Cashin clenched his jaw. He had planned for everything leading up to the theft, but he hadn't thought far enough ahead. He had the last pistol now, but what came next? Hiding forever wasn't an option. He still needed to eat. He still needed to work. And now? He had to be even more careful. A week ago, he wouldn't have even considered this kind of risk. But things had changed. He had changed. Scribing for hours on end had strengthened his hands, honed his precision. Typing was muscle memory now. That control extended to the rest of his body. His movements were quicker, sharper, more efficient. He had felt the shift when working at the scriptorium. His fingers no longer cramped as quickly, his posture no longer sagged. And the biggest change? His interaction with the cogitator. He had started to notice things. The way the machine responded to him. The way it whirred smoother when he touched the keys. The machine spirit knew him now. It was small. Subtle. But it mattered. Just like his body, his connection to the world was evolving. His grip tightened around the hidden shape of the pistol beneath his clothes. He had to think about the next step. Laying low. Avoiding scrutiny. The Arbits wouldn't search forever. But they wouldn't forget, either. Thieves always paid for their crimes in the end. He had bought himself time. Now he had to use it wisely. Cashin exhaled, his heartbeat slowing. The voices in the market were fading. The Arbits had moved on. For now. He waited another 5 minutes, just to be sure. Then he adjusted his shirt, pulling the loose fabric tighter over his frame. His coat and scarf were gone. If anyone saw him now, he was just another faceless worker. Slowly, he stepped back into the main streets. The air was thick with sweat and oil, the hum of machinery blending with the endless murmur of voices. The market had already returned to normal. People were bartering, shouting, moving on with their miserable lives. Cashin did the same. His legs carried him forward, his posture relaxed but his mind razor-sharp. Cashin kept his head down as he moved through the streets, his nerves still raw. The market was behind him, but the paranoia lingered. Every passing enforcer, every distant shout, every set of eyes that lingered just a second too long, it all sent a jolt of unease through him. He forced himself to breathe, to look normal. Act like he belonged. Like he wasn't hiding a stolen las pistol under his clothes. The worst was over. He had escaped. The arbits had moved on. But it still felt like the walls of the hive were closing in. Then he turned a corner and nearly walked straight into Joran. Cashin's entire body went rigid. Joran's scarred face twisted into surprise. Cashin. Cashin forced himself to relax. To act natural. But his muscles were locked tight. Joran wasn't someone he could just brush off. The man had too much experience, too many years in the hive's underbelly. He noticed things. Cashin swallowed. Joran. Hey. Joran narrowed his eyes. His posture was casual, but his gaze was sharp, scanning Cashin up and down. You look like hell. Cashin shrugged. Long shift. Really? Joran frowned. Because I was looking for you earlier. You weren't at the scriptorium. Shit. Cashin's mind raced. He had planned for a lot of things today, but not this. Yet, he said quickly. I wasn't feeling great. Figured I'd take a few hours to rest. Didn't think anyone would notice. Joran's expression didn't change. His eyes lingered on Cashin's slightly disheveled clothes, the way his shoulders were a little too tense. Cashin knew what this looked like. Joran had been a fighter, a survivor. He'd seen this kind of behavior before. The kind of nerves that only came from getting into trouble. Joran sighed. Kid, tell me you weren't up to anything stupid. Cashin forced a dry chuckle. What, you think I went out and joined a gang or something? Joran didn't laugh. I think you've been pushing yourself too hard. And when people get desperate, they make bad choices. Cashin didn't move. Didn't blink. His mind calculated every possible response. Joran wasn't an enemy. But he was dangerous in his own way. He could read people too well. So Cashin exhaled, letting his shoulders sag just slightly, like he was just exhausted. I just needed a break, Joran. That's all. Joran studied him for another few seconds, then sighed. You should have told me. The scriptorium doesn't give a damn about us, but if you start skipping work, they'll notice. And in this hive, kid? Attention gets people killed. Cashin nodded, saying nothing. Joran rubbed his jaw, still watching him. Then, unexpectedly, his tone softened. Listen. If you ever need to talk, you know where to find me. You're not the first kid trying to scrape by down here. Cashin forced a small smirk. You make it sound like I'm falling apart. Joran gave him a long look. You wouldn't be the first. Cashin didn't have an answer for that. A heavy silence stretched between them, but then Joran exhaled and shook his head. Get some rest, kid. And be careful who you piss off in this hive. Cashin gave a short nod and walked away, forcing himself not to move too fast. Joran didn't follow. Didn't press the issue. But Cashin could still feel his eyes on his back as he disappeared into the crowd. By the time Cashin reached his hab block, his legs ached and his lungs burned, but it wasn't from exertion. It was the stress. He stepped inside his tiny metal-walled hab and shut the door. Locked it. Twice. Only then did he allow himself to exhale. His hands were shaking. Joran had noticed something was off. Maybe not enough to accuse him of anything, but it was a warning. Cashin pulled the las pistol from beneath his clothes, staring at the weapon in his hands. He had it now. A real weapon. A step toward power. But that single theft had already made his world dangerously small. He wasn't just some faceless scribe anymore. He was a target. And that meant he needed to be more careful than ever. Chapter 5, A Necessary Sacrifice. Time since transmigration, 10 days, 7 hours. Cashin knew something was wrong the moment he stepped into the scriptorium. It was subtle at first, the way conversations died down as he entered, the way scribes hunched over their desks just a little more than usual. The scratch of quills against parchment seemed sharper, more deliberate, as if everyone was trying too hard to focus on their work. Then he heard his name. Vale. Not shouted. not barked. But the weight behind it made his stomach tighten. The voice came from the far end of the chamber. Overseer Cord stood there, arms crossed, his face set in that cold, expressionless mask that never meant anything good. Cashin felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. He forced himself to move, weaving between rows of scribes who kept their heads down, pretending not to notice. He wasn't fooled. They were watching, listening. By the time he reached Cord, the silence in the room had shifted. It wasn't total, but it was there, lurking beneath the surface. The tension clung to the air like dust. You were absent yesterday. Cashin fought to keep his face neutral. His mind raced through possible answers, none of them good. He knew the rules. The administratum did not tolerate inefficiency. It didn't care about excuses. You were either present, or you weren't. And he hadn't been. He forced himself to meet Cord's eyes. I was unwell, Overseer. Cord didn't blink. You did not report it. Cashin felt his jaw tighten. There was no point in arguing. Reporting an absence required going through proper channels, filing a notice, getting approval from a superior. But that process took time, and Cashin hadn't exactly been in a position to follow protocol. He had been too busy trying to steal a last pistol. It won't happen again, he said, keeping his voice steady. Cord let the silence stretch. He didn't need to yell to make a point. His presence alone did the work. The way he stood, the way his gaze pinned Cashin in place, he had authority, and everyone in the room knew it. No, Cord said finally. It won't. Cashin's hands curled into fists at his sides. He knew what was coming before Cord even spoke again. The overseer turned his head slightly, his voice carrying across the chamber. This is a reminder to all of you. The room, already quiet, seemed to grow even stiller. No one moved. You are here to serve the Imperium. Your work ensures that the administratum functions without failure. There are no unexcused absences. No delays. No weakness. Cashin could feel eyes flicking toward him now. A lesson was being made of him. Not a harsh one, not yet, but enough that everyone would remember. Enough that no one would make the same mistake. Failure to meet expectations will not be tolerated, Cord finished. The words lingered in the air. Then, as if on cue, the sound of quills scratching against parchment resumed. A few scribes shifted in their seats. Some shot Cashin quick, unreadable glances before returning to their work. Others didn't look at all. Cord turned back to him. Get to your station, Vale. I expect your output to compensate for yesterday's absence. Cashin gave a sharp nod and walked away. His steps felt too loud in the heavy silence. The weight of the room pressed against him, even as he lowered himself onto the hard wooden bench of his assigned desk. He exhaled slowly, flexing his fingers before picking up his quill. His hands were shaking. He hated that. He clenched them once, then forced himself to start writing. This was nothing. A warning. A performance. A reminder of his place in the machine. He would endure. 7:05 Terran Standard Time. Cashin's quill scratched against the parchment, his fingers moving on autopilot as he transcribed yet another set of supply requisitions. His hands were steady now, his breathing even, but his mind wasn't on the task. It was on the last pistol. The weapon sat hidden in his hab unit, wrapped in a cloth beneath his bedding. It had taken everything he had to steal it, to avoid getting caught, to survive. But what good was a weapon he didn't know how to use? Cashin had read about lasguns, las pistols, plasma weapons. Hell, he had memorized entire rulebooks back in his old life. But reading was one thing. Reality was another. He didn't know how to properly grip a gun. How to aim, how to compensate for recoil, how to reload under pressure. And that was a problem. A gun wasn't just a weapon. It was a tool, a means of survival. If he had it, he had to know how to use it. Otherwise, it was just dead weight, a risk, a liability. But the problem wasn't just learning. The problem was time. His schedule was already brutal. 12 hours in the scriptorum mandatory, unavoidable. 6 hours of manual labor, his only means of earning extra money for food. 6 hours of sleep, which was already pushing the limits of exhaustion. There was no space left. No moment to slip away and practice. He needed to make a choice. A single misfire, and he could blow off his own hand. Or worse, someone would hear the shot, and he'd be caught. That meant he needed space, privacy. A place to practice where no one would hear, where no one would ask questions. And that meant giving something up. Cashin exhaled, staring at the parchment in front of him without really seeing it. If I keep working manual labor, I have money. Food. Stability. If I drop it, I have time. A chance to train. But at the cost of comfort. The numbers ran through his head like a cogitator's calculations. He had already built up savings from his previous labor. If he kept working, he'd have enough food for 2 weeks beyond his current stockpile. If he stopped, that cushion would be cut in half. 1 week. 1 week before hunger clawed at him again. 1 week before he had to find a new way to earn. But the alternative? Walking around with a weapon he didn't know how to use? Risking his own life because he was too stubborn to adapt? No. That was stupidity. Cashin took a slow breath, steadying himself. He had already accepted the truth of this world power was survival. The last pistol was a step toward that. Decision made. His stomach clenched at the thought of losing that 1 week of security, but he forced himself to push the hesitation down. He could always earn more money later. What he couldn't afford was being unprepared when the moment came. 11:04 Terran Standard Time. The scriptorum's bells rang out, signaling the end of the shift. The dull clang reverberated through the halls, a relief to some, a reminder of endless toil to others. Cashin set down his quill, flexing his stiff fingers before pushing himself up from the bench. His back ached from hours of hunching over parchment, and his eyes burned from the dim lumen strips that flickered erratically above. Another grueling day. The walk back to his hab was a blur of shuffling feet and murmured conversations. He barely registered the other scribes around him, their weary faces identical in their exhaustion. His mind was elsewhere, already mapping out the next few hours. He had made his choice. Now came the hard part. He stripped off his work tunic, rolling his sore shoulders before splashing cold water onto his face from the small, rusted sink in the corner. The chill jolted him back to full awareness, washing away some of the fatigue clinging to him like a second skin. Next came food. He sat on the cot, unwrapping a ration bar and chewing methodically. The taste was the same as always, bland, chalky, barely enough to satisfy. But it kept him going. And for what he had planned tonight, he needed the energy. Cashin stepped out of his hab, treading carefully through the narrow corridors of the hab block. The dim lumen globes overhead cast long shadows, giving the place an eerie feel, but he ignored it. He needed a place to practice. Somewhere private. Somewhere quiet. And that was easier said than done. The hive was a living, breathing machine, and privacy was a luxury. There were always people moving, workers, enforcers, gangs, and worse. Finding a secluded place where no one would hear the crack of a last pistol shot? That was going to be a problem. Still, he had to try. Cashin moved deeper into the lower levels of the hab block, away from the main walkways. The air grew heavier with the scent of rust and old sweat, and the walls darkened with layers of grime. He passed a few loiterers, some barely spared him a glance, others eyed him for a moment before losing interest. Too many people. Too exposed. He kept walking. His first idea was an abandoned maintenance alcove, a place he had passed by before but never given much thought to. He pressed against the metal door and gave it a light push. Locked. Cashin frowned. He scanned the edges of the door, but the locking mechanism was solid. Forcing it open would be loud, and he didn't have the tools to pick it. Not worth it. He moved on. His second idea was a rarely used stairwell leading to a sub-level. He had seen it before, half forgotten and covered in dust. If no one went down there, maybe it would work. He found the entrance and carefully descended, stepping lightly to avoid drawing attention. The stairwell smelled of mildew and old metal, but it was quiet. He exhaled, hopeful. Then he saw the signs of habitation: discarded rags, empty ration packs, a crude bedding of fabric scraps in the corner. Someone was living down here. Cashin backed away immediately. He wasn't about to risk running into a desperate hiver or worse, a ganger looking for easy prey. Strike 2. His frustration grew with each failed attempt. He was running out of options. Every promising spot was either too exposed, too inhabited, or too difficult to access. If he couldn't find something soon, he would have to rethink everything. Then, after nearly an hour of searching, he found it. Cashin had wandered into an older section of the hive, a place where the walls were corroded, and the machinery whined with age. He followed a narrow corridor past a series of rusted pipes, and that's when he saw it a vent shaft, partially collapsed, leading to an opening in the lower levels. It was small, barely large enough for him to squeeze through, but it led to something bigger. Carefully, he ducked down and crawled inside, the metal cold against his hands and knees. It was tight, claustrophobic, but after a few meters, it opened into a larger chamber. Cashin stood, brushing dust off his clothes as he took in his surroundings. It was an old maintenance bay, long forgotten. The walls were covered in grime, and scattered debris littered the floor. But it was empty. Quiet. No people. No enforcers. Just silence. A faint smile tugged at his lips. He had found it. His own little sanctuary. But it wasn't perfect. The air was thick, damp, and smelled faintly of something metallic, probably run off from the upper levels. The ground was uneven, and the only exit was the vent shaft he had crawled through. If something went wrong, he had nowhere to run. It was a risk. A calculated one. But risks were necessary. Cashin exhaled and set his hands on his hips, looking around one last time. This would do. Tomorrow, he would begin. Chapter 6, First Shots. 11:04 Standard Terran Time. The shift had been the same as always, long, dull, and exhausting. By the time Cashin stepped out of the scriptorium, the artificial lights above bathed the hive in their usual sickly glow. He rolled his shoulders, feeling the stiffness settle in. But he wasn't heading back to his hab just yet. His fingers brushed against the weight at his side. The last pistol. He still wasn't used to carrying it, but it was his now. A tool that could mean survival or death, depending on how well he handled it. As he made his way through the hive's labyrinthine corridors, his mind went over everything he knew about the weapon. The standard Imperial Guard issue las pistol wasn't the strongest firearm, but it had advantages. It didn't need traditional ammunition, just a power pack that could be recharged. A single pack held dozens of shots, though he only had one. By the time he reached the abandoned area he'd scouted before, his legs ached from the walk. It was a forgotten corner of the hive, a dead-end alcove near some collapsed structures. Debris and metal scraps littered the ground, giving it an eerie silence. It was risky to train here, but it was the best he could get without drawing attention. Cashin got to work, gathering whatever he could use to make a target. An old metal sheet leaned against the wall would do for backing. A few stacked crates became makeshift height markers. He even found some loose plasteel rods, wedging them into the ground to make a rough human silhouette. It wasn't perfect, but it was enough. He stepped back, breathing in deeply. His fingers tightened around the grip of the las pistol as he raised it toward the target. This was the part that mattered. Cashin knew he wasn't a soldier. He wasn't some sharpshooter trained in the art of war. He was a scribe, someone meant to spend his days hunched over parchment and data slates. His hands were made for quills and cogitators, not weapons. He squared his stance, feet shoulder-width apart. He wasn't sure if that was the right way to do it, but it felt stable. His arms extended, las pistol held firm in both hands. He aimed at the center of the makeshift target, thumb flicking the activation rune. A faint hum vibrated through the weapon as it powered up. Cashin swallowed. Then he squeezed the trigger. A sharp crack echoed as the las pistol discharged. A red bolt of energy lanced forward, slamming into the metal sheet with a hiss. The heat left a blackened scorch mark on impact. He lowered the gun, letting out a slow breath. His hands weren't shaking, but he felt the tension in them. The kick had been manageable, but if he fired carelessly, he could still lose control. He had to be mindful. He took his time, adjusting his grip and stance before taking another shot. Then another. He kept his movements deliberate, focused on keeping the las pistol steady. He wasn't aiming for speed or aggression, just control. After a dozen shots, he stopped. The power pack wasn't empty yet, but he didn't want to risk draining it too much. A glance at the target showed his results. The first few shots had been off-center, but the last few were closer to where he had aimed. Progress, even if small. Cashin let out a breath and stepped back. His fingers flexed around the grip before he powered the weapon down. He wasn't good yet. He wasn't even decent. But he was better than when he started. That was enough for now. But he wasn't done yet. If he was going to improve, he couldn't just rely on the las pistol. His body needed to be stronger too. He set the weapon aside and moved to an open space near the collapsed structures. No fancy training methods. No equipment. Just raw, simple exercise. Push ups, squats, planks, whatever he could do with what little energy he had left. His muscles ached from the strain, sweat slicking his skin as he forced himself through the repetitions. His body protested, but he didn't stop. By the time he was done, his arms and legs felt like lead. His breath came in slow, measured exhales as he sat on the cold metal floor. His body hurt, but it was the good kind of pain, the kind that told him he was getting stronger. Cashin wiped the sweat from his brow before glancing at the last pistol again. He still had a long way to go. But he was getting there. And in this world, that was all that mattered. New skill acquired, marksmanship, LV.1. The past 5 days had blurred into a relentless cycle of labor, training, and exhaustion. Every moment was accounted for, every action serving a purpose. Cashin had no time for anything else, no leisure, no unnecessary conversations, no distractions. His routine was set in stone. Scriptorum shift. Endless transcription, back-breaking hours hunched over ancient cogitators, his fingers aching from typing out records. The monotony was unbearable, but he endured it. It was still his primary source of survival, even if it barely sustained him. But strangely enough, he had begun to notice something: the process was getting easier. He made fewer mistakes, caught errors more quickly, and processed information faster than before. His mind, constantly at work, was sharpening. Travel. The hive never changed. The same crowded pathways, the same rusted corridors, the same suffocating air. He moved through the masses like a ghost, unnoticed and unbothered. Last pistol training. A slow, steady process. His first few days had been sloppy, wasting shots as he fought to control the recoil, struggling to keep his aim steady. But by the second day, he found a rhythm. By the third, his shots hit closer to center. By the fourth, he could reliably place his bolts where he wanted them. By the fifth, his hands moved with familiarity, the weapon becoming an extension of himself. His accuracy wasn't perfect, not even close, but it was good enough to matter. Physical conditioning. Push ups, squats, planks, makeshift pull ups on metal beams. His muscles ached constantly now, a dull burn that lingered even in sleep. But the pain was proof of progress. His reflexes had also started improving. He reacted faster, moved more efficiently. It wasn't just strength, his body was adapting in ways he hadn't expected. And it was progress. Sleep. Never enough. Status page. Name, Cashin Vale. Age, 14. Race, human, Imperium. Affiliation, Imperium of Man. Occupation, Imperial Scribe. Physique, F, 4.7/10, plus 0.5. Dexterity, F, 4.1/10, plus 0.4. Intelligence, F, 6.2/10, plus 0.2. Wisdom, F, 7.1/10, plus 0.1. Affinity, F, 4.1/10, plus 0.3. Perk available, 0. Skills. Basic literacy, low Gothic, level max. Marksmanship, level 5+4. Physical conditioning, level 9+5. It was satisfying, seeing the numbers increase. It made everything feel real. The grinding, the fatigue, the hunger, it wasn't meaningless. But then there was that problem. Food. His extra funds were nearly gone. What had been enough for 2 weeks was now down to 2 days. He had miscalculated just how much he needed. Every meal outside of the scriptorum had chipped away at his reserves faster than he'd expected. If he didn't find a new source of income soon, he'd be back to just scriptorum rations. And those weren't enough. Cashin exhaled, staring at the ceiling of his hab. Solutions. He needed solutions. The first option was obvious: find new work. But what? Manual labor was out. He didn't have time anymore, his schedule was already packed. He could try odd jobs, but that would cut into either his training or his sleep. And skipping sleep was a fast way to ruin everything he'd built so far. The second option? Cut back on food. Stretch out what little he had left, ration every bite. But that was a losing game. He was already pushing his body to its limits. Eating less wasn't an option. Then there was the third option. Joran. He hadn't spoken to the old man much since their first conversation, but he had helped him before. Maybe he could help again. Maybe he knew something, a way to earn a few extra chits, a job that wasn't completely soul-crushing. Or maybe Cashin was grasping at straws. Either way, he'd find out soon. 11:35 Standard Terran Time. Cashin made his way through the lower hive streets, weaving between the usual mass of bodies that filled the corridors. It was another day, another series of exhausting hours at the scriptorium, and soon enough, he'd be back at the abandoned site, training with the last pistol and pushing his body further. His life had fallen into a routine, a brutal, demanding one, but a routine nonetheless. After finishing his daily quota of exercises, he walked out. Instead of going the usual way to his hab, he chose to go to the lower level where he might meet Joran. Joran wasn't anyone special. Just another laborer Cashin had met during one of his shifts. A man who had been around long enough to know people, to hear things. Cashin wasn't sure what Joran did outside of his usual work, but he had hinted before that he sometimes found other opportunities. Work that paid better than breaking your back for 12 hours. Cashin needed that kind of work. He found Joran right where he expected, leaning against a railing in a dingy corridor, watching the flow of workers shuffle past. He looked up as Cashin approached, a smirk forming. "Well, look who it is. Thought you'd finally worked yourself to death." Cashin rolled his eyes. "Not yet." Joran chuckled. "Give it time." He pushed off the railing, eyeing Cashin up and down. "You look different." "What, been hitting the weights?" Cashin just shrugged. "Something like that." Joran let out a low whistle. "Damn. A few weeks ago, you looked like you'd snap in half carrying a crate. Now you've got some meat on you." He grinned. "Must be nice, actually eating." Cashin didn't deny it. The extra food had made a difference, and it showed. Joran crossed his arms. "So? You didn't come all this way just to show off your new muscles?" "I need work," Cashin said simply. Joran raised an eyebrow. "You already got work. Work that actually pays." Joran snorted. "Yeah, don't we all?" He rubbed his chin, considering. "There is something. Pays well. But it's not exactly the usual kind of job." Cashin kept his expression neutral. "Go on." Joran sighed. "Look, it's nothing crazy. You'd be running a package from one point to another. No questions asked, no looking too hard at what you're carrying." Cashin frowned slightly. "And why does this pay better than normal labor?" Joran gave him a flat look. "Because the people paying don't want just anyone doing it. It's not illegal, exactly, but it's the kind of job where you don't want to screw up. If you do, they won't be happy." Cashin wasn't stupid. That was vague enough to mean trouble. Not necessarily law-breaking trouble, but the kind that could get you hurt if you made the wrong move. Joran must have seen his hesitation. "Look, I wouldn't be telling you this if I thought you couldn't handle it. You're not an idiot, and you're careful. That's why I figured you might be interested." Cashin exhaled slowly. "How much?" "A month's worth of food," Joran said simply. Cashin considered that. A month of food would take the pressure off completely. He could train without worrying about money for a while. But the risk? He didn't care about whether it was legal or not. That was meaningless in the grand scheme of things. What mattered was whether this would get him killed. Joran was watching him carefully. "You in?" Cashin didn't answer immediately. He weighed his options, running through every possible risk. Then, finally, he nodded. "I'm in." Joran grinned, clapping a hand on his shoulder. "Good choice. I'll get you the details soon. Just be ready." Cashin just nodded. He had no idea what he was walking into, but one thing was clear: this job was going to be a turning point. He just hoped it wasn't a fatal one. Chapter 7, The Path Forward. 13:05 Standard Terran Time. Cashin sat hunched over on the edge of his cot, elbows resting on his knees, staring at the cracked floor. The hum of the lumen strip above him was barely noticeable, blending into the background noise of the hive, the distant grind of machinery, the muffled chatter from the corridors, the ever-present thrum of millions of lives stacked on top of each other. His hands moved with slow, deliberate efficiency, unfolding the rough bundle of cloth he had scrounged together over the past few days. A dull, dust-coated overcoat. A hood that would help shadow his face. A pair of gloves, worn but intact. It wasn't a perfect disguise, but perfection wasn't the goal, blending in was. People noticed those who tried too hard to look inconspicuous. But a scribe wearing a heavy coat to ward off the hive's perpetual damp chill? Nothing unusual about that. He slid the coat over his thin frame, adjusting the fit. Next came the last pistol. Cashin picked it up from the floor beside him, rolling it in his hands, feeling its weight. It wasn't much, just a standard-issue sidearm, the kind that billions across the Imperium carried. He popped out the charge pack, checked the energy levels. Full. He had to make every shot count. He only had one pack, and no way to recharge it yet. Waste a shot, and that was one less chance to defend himself. Carefully, he tucked the last pistol into the folds of his coat, securing it in a place where he could draw it quickly if needed. He had spent the past few days getting used to its feel, learning the weight of it in his grip, the motion of pulling it free. He wasn't a soldier, wasn't a fighter. Not yet. But he was learning. And learning was the key to survival. Death is not an option. That thought had been with him since the moment he arrived in this universe, and it wasn't going away. Death wasn't just the end here, it was worse than that. The people of the Imperium feared it, but they didn't understand the full horror of what awaited them. They thought their souls would go to the Emperor's side, to some great reward in death. But Cashin knew better. The warp did not give peace. It only consumed. If he died, his soul wouldn't fade into oblivion. It would be ripped apart, devoured by the things lurking beyond the veil of reality. The same things that whispered in the minds of psykers, that turned men into gibbering lunatics, that laughed at the suffering of mortals. If he let himself die, he wasn't just ending his life, he was handing himself over to torment beyond anything the material world could offer. That left him with one choice. Survive. No matter what. At first, he had considered escape. He wasn't from this world. Maybe there was a way out. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized how foolish that was. The galaxy was a prison, and there were no exits. Even if he somehow found a ship, where would he go? Every corner of the Imperium was the same, oppressive, brutal, indifferent to the suffering of its people. The alternatives were worse. Xenos wouldn't take him in. Chaos was a guaranteed death sentence, or worse. The Inquisition would execute him if they even suspected he didn't belong here. And leaving the galaxy? That was laughable. The void beyond held only the Tyranids, or some other horror waiting to be discovered. Even if there was nothing out there, the sheer scale of intergalactic travel was beyond him. No. There was only one path forward. Power. He didn't have to become a warlord, didn't have to overthrow the Imperium. That was beyond his reach. But he had to carve out a place for himself, a space where he wasn't just another nameless drone waiting to be crushed by the gears of the machine. For now, that meant survival. And survival meant playing the game carefully. The Imperium was the only faction that wouldn't kill him on sight. It was the safest bet. The people here were cogs in a vast machine, blind to the universe's true horrors. That made them predictable. And predictability meant control. He checked his disguise one last time in the cracked mirror above his sink. A few weeks ago, he had been weak. Just another scribe, struggling to get by. Now, he had skills. He had strength. He had a weapon. Not much, but it was a start. He pulled the hood over his head, tucked his hands into his coat, and stepped out into the corridors of the hive. The job awaited. Cashin moved through the hive's corridors with a steady, measured pace. He kept his head slightly down, posture relaxed, casual, forgettable. Just another worker in the endless tide of humanity. The air was thick with the usual stench of metal, oil, and sweat, but he barely noticed it anymore. This place had become his reality. The towering walls of steel, the dimly lit tunnels, the flickering lumen strips that cast everything in a sickly yellow glow, it was all familiar now. His destination was a small, out-of-the-way alcove nestled between two towering hab blocks. A place that didn't officially exist on any records, the kind of place where people did business they didn't want others knowing about. Joran was already there, leaning against a rusted bulkhead, arms crossed, his usual cocky grin in place. He looked relaxed. Next to him stood another figure. The handler. Cashin knew the type immediately. Well-fed, despite living in a hive where most scraped by on ration packs. His coat was lined with synth fur, his boots polished, not a noble, but someone who had money and power. His posture screamed arrogance, the kind of self-importance that came from being in control. The moment Cashin approached, the handler's gaze swept over him with obvious skepticism. "This is the guy." The handler's tone was sharp, dismissive. "You brought me a scribe." Cashin didn't react. He simply stood there, hands in his pockets, waiting. Joran chuckled, shaking his head. "Don't let the robes fool you. Kid's sharper than he looks." The handler scoffed. "I need someone reliable, not some half-starved clerk who'll get himself killed the moment things get rough." Joran pushed off the wall and clapped Cashin on the shoulder. "You're underestimating him. He's got a good head, and he knows how to handle himself. I vouch for him." Cashin finally spoke, his voice even. "You want the job done or not?" The handler narrowed his eyes. There was a brief pause, a silent battle of wills. Then, with a snort, he reached into his coat and pulled out a small, tightly wrapped package. "Fine," he muttered, shoving it toward Cashin. "You get this to the drop point. No questions. No delays. And if you get caught..." He smirked. "Well, I don't know you." Cashin took the package without hesitation, weighing it in his hand. Heavy. Compact. He had no idea what was inside, and he didn't ask. That wasn't his job. "Understood." Joran gave him a small nod, approval in his eyes. The handler, on the other hand, simply turned away, already dismissing him. Cashin didn't care. He turned and walked off without another word. As he moved through the hive, his mind worked methodically, breaking the situation down. This wasn't just some simple errand. The pay was too good. The secrecy too heavy. Whatever was in this package, it wasn't something that could be handed off in broad daylight. That meant risk. But risk was acceptable, as long as it was controlled. He had spent his life reading stories about characters thrown into impossible situations, about heroes and villains navigating their paths to power. But this wasn't a story. There was no safety net, no guarantees. He was alone in this. And that was fine. Relying on others was weakness. Trusting in luck was foolishness. The only thing he could rely on was himself. His grip tightened around the package. This is just the beginning. He wasn't a pawn. He wasn't some disposable worker who would spend his life slaving away in a scriptorium until his body gave out. For now, he would deliver the package. He would do the job. But in the end, this world would not dictate his fate. He would. Cashin kept his head down as he walked through the underhive streets, one hand tucked in his coat, fingers curled around the package. The smell of damp metal and burnt oil clung to the air. He moved fast but not too fast. Nothing got you noticed quicker than looking like you had somewhere to be. His destination was a rundown shop crammed between a scrap vendor and a food stall selling something vaguely meat-shaped. No signs, no name. Just a reinforced door and a metal grate over the counter. The kind of place that only stayed in business because the people who ran it knew how to keep their mouths shut. Cashin stepped inside. The dealer was a thick-set man with a cybernetic eye that clicked as it focused on Cashin. He didn't say anything at first, just looked him over with the kind of disinterest that came from seeing 100 different runners come and go. "You Joran's new kid?" he asked finally, voice rough from Laho smoke. Cashin didn't bother answering. He just pulled the package from his coat and set it on the counter. The dealer grinned. "Smart?" A knife flashed, cutting the seal. The man peeked inside vials of dark liquid packed in foam. "Chems, probably. Or stims. Didn't matter." Cashin wasn't here to ask questions. The dealer nodded, satisfied, and slid a pouch of chits across the counter. 50. Clean. Cashin picked up the pouch, feeling the weight of it. Enough to last him a while. He turned. And then the shooting started. A burst of gunfire cracked through the street, followed by screaming. Cashin ducked instinctively. Something heavy slammed against the shop's outer wall. The dealer cursed, pulling a revolver from under the counter. "You best get moving, kid." Cashin didn't argue. He pressed himself against the door frame, peering outside. The street was chaos. Gangers had taken cover, firing at figures moving through the smoke. At first, it looked like a turf war until one of the gangers was lifted clean off the ground, screaming, before being split open from shoulder to hip. Cashin's stomach lurched. The attackers weren't just gangers. They were something worse. Their armor was scavenged, their weapons brutal cleavers, machetes, blunt instruments stained dark with old blood. But it was their eyes that set Cashin's nerves on fire. Mad. Unhinged. Hungry. One of them grabbed a wounded ganger, slamming him into the ground before bringing a jagged axe down on his skull. Cashin forced himself to look away. Move. Now. He slipped into a side alley just as the first cultist crashed into the shop. Shouts echoed behind him, guttural cries, the wet sound of blades meeting flesh. Cashin moved fast, dodging between rusted-out structures. Then he heard footsteps. Too close. Too fast. He risked a glance back. One of the cultists had spotted him. He wasn't huge, but he moved with terrifying speed, a rusted cleaver in one hand. His grin was wide, teeth filed to points. Cashin bolted. The cultist gave chase. Adrenaline shot through Cashin's veins. He turned a corner sharp, nearly losing his footing. Ahead a pile of debris. Jump it! He pushed off the ground, barely clearing it. Behind him, metal scraped against metal. He twisted. The cultist lunged, blade swinging. Cashin fired. The first shot hit the chest. The second took the head. The cultist crumpled. Cashin didn't wait to check if he was dead. He turned and ran. The sirens started a few streets over. Cashin swore under his breath. The enforcers were moving in fast. He ducked into another alley, pressing himself against a wall. His shoulder throbbed, his breath came in ragged gasps, but he didn't have time to stop. If they caught him here, he was done. Boots pounded against metal. This whole sector's a bloodbath. Orders. Purge it. Cashin's stomach twisted. The enforcers weren't here to clean up. They were here to erase. He needed to move. He kept low, slipping through the shadows. Then, as he passed a rusted-out stairwell, he caught something. Voices. Not enforcers. Not gangers. The cultists. He crouched, straining to hear. Safe house in Foundry Block 13. More will come. Our Lord watches. Blood has been spilled, but not enough. Cashin's hands clenched into fists. He didn't dare move, didn't dare breathe too loud. Foundry Block 13. That was deep in the Underhive. A place where people disappeared and never came back. He didn't have time to think about it. The enforcers were getting closer. Cashin forced himself up, ignoring the pain in his limbs, and ran. Cashin barely made it out. By the time he stopped running, his body was screaming. His shoulder ached, his lungs burned, and his hands wouldn't stop shaking. But he was alive. He pressed his back against a rusted pipe, sucking in air. His coat was torn, his skin scraped, but he still had the chits. And he had a name. Foundry Block 13. Something was happening there. Something bigger was coming. And for the first time since he'd arrived in this nightmare, Cashin knew he needs to make a choice. Chapter 8, The Weight of Knowledge. Author's note here, so we are getting very close to getting my FIC being rated. So here's the deal: for every 5 reviews I get, I would give bonus chapters from now on. Enjoy! Cashin walked through the hive, his footsteps blending into the endless flow of bodies. His lungs burned from the cold, metallic air, but he forced himself to breathe slower. Controlled. Measured. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. Let the tension ease from his shoulders. He had just overheard something dangerous. Kern cultists, real ones, not just rumors. Foundry 13. He hadn't seen them, hadn't confirmed it himself, but the weight of those words clung to his mind like a parasite. Foundry 13 wasn't just some abandoned structure, it was an infestation. And if they were there, how many more were hiding in this rotting corpse of a hive? He wasn't going to report it now. That would be suicide. The Imperium didn't reward information. It punished knowledge. The Adeptus Arbits didn't ask questions, they executed suspects. They'd take one look at him, a lowly scribe with no connections, no authority, and assume the worst. A bullet, a disappeared body, and the problem would be resolved. But that didn't mean he couldn't use this. Cashin adjusted his satchel, feeling the few chits inside. He had been working himself raw, grinding to build something, to survive. But now he saw it clearly: survival wasn't enough. This wasn't just about making it through another shift, another day. The hive was a battlefield, and he was playing blind. He needed to see the board, know the pieces, and move them in his favor. That meant getting stronger. Not just in body, though that was still a priority. He needed skills. Knowledge. Resources. What did he have right now? A stolen las pistol and a basic understanding of how to fire it. That was nothing. He didn't know how to fight hand to hand. He didn't know how to fix wounds beyond crude patchwork. He didn't even know how to properly use a voxcaster, let alone navigate the hive's communication networks. If he wanted to survive, truly survive, he needed all of that. And he knew how to get it. Information was power. He had something valuable now, knowledge of a heretical infestation. If he played it right, he could use that. The Arbits weren't fools. They were ruthless, but they understood value. If he approached them carefully, if he fed them just enough to make himself useful but not suspicious, he could carve out an advantage. Become an informant. Just enough to gain resources, training, protection. And in doing so, he could turn the hounds of the Imperium on the cultists. 3 birds with 1 stone. But it was a risk. A single misstep and he was dead. The Arbits didn't trust anyone, especially not a random scribe with information he had no business knowing. He had to be careful. He had to appear innocent, uninvolved, like a man who had simply stumbled upon something too big for him. He reached his hab, stepping inside and shutting the door behind him. The moment the lock clicked, he let out a slow breath. His body ached from the day's work, but his mind was sharper than ever. This was the first real opportunity he had found since coming to this hellhole. A chance to gain more than just scraps. A chance to grow, to carve out a future. But first, he had to prepare. Cashin reached his hab block, the cold steel walls pressing in around him as he entered his cramped room. The moment he shut the door, the tension in his shoulders eased slightly. This was his space, as miserable as it was. A single cot, a small storage locker, and walls thin enough to hear the muffled arguments of his neighbors. He sat on the bed, rolling his shoulders before lying down. His body felt heavy, but his mind was still sharp. Another deep breath. Then another. The familiar rhythm of controlled breathing took hold, slow and steady. His heart no longer pounded, his thoughts no longer spiraled. He allowed himself to focus only on the act of breathing, pushing everything else away. Sleep came slowly. And with it, the nightmares. The faces of the men he had killed flickered in the darkness of his dreams. Blood splattered on the factory floor, the dull thud of bodies hitting metal, the choked gurgle of dying throats. Their eyes, lifeless and accusing, bored into him. His fingers twitched in his sleep, gripping at invisible weapons. But he did not wake up screaming. He did not thrash or gasp for air. He endured. When morning came, he opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, and forced the remnants of the nightmare to the back of his mind. He would not let it weaken him. If anything, it was proof that he was changing, that he was adapting. He rose, stretched his sore muscles, and prepared for another day. Cashin leaned against the cold metal desk, quill in hand, as the endless rows of scribes toiled in dim candlelight. The scriptorum was as lifeless as ever, dusty air thick with ink, the only sounds the scratch of quills and the occasional cough. But today, the usual monotony was broken. The whispers had started early, weaving through the rows of overworked scribes like a creeping shadow. It wasn't just gossip, it was fear, the kind that made people check over their shoulders and lower their voices even when no overseer was in sight. Cashin didn't react, but he listened. An entire sector gone, just like that, one scribe murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. How many were taken? Another asked, shifting uneasily. No one knows. Some say dozens. Others say hundreds. The Arbits came in, locked everything down, and that was it. Anyone even suspected? Gone. God Emperor preserve us, someone muttered. A nervous chuckle. They say there were heretics there, god of meat worshippers. A whole nest of them. Heretics, sure, the first voice said bitterly. But you think it was just them? Anyone who was there when they arrived gone. No trials, no questions. That's how it always is, another voice cut in. An older scribe, voice rough from years of inhaling ink and dust. You lot think the Arbits are the law? No. They are the executioner's axe. They don't investigate, they don't weigh guilt. They cut. And if you're standing too close to the guilty, well. Emperor, have mercy on your soul. Cashin kept his face impassive, his quill moving steadily across the parchment. But inside, his mind raced. He had known it was coming. Knew the Imperium's response would be swift, merciless. But hearing it confirmed, hearing the fear in their voices, it hammered the truth home. If he had made one wrong move, if he had been just a little too close to that sector, he wouldn't be here. The Arbits were not to be approached lightly. He had to be careful. Days passed, and Cashin fell into routine. Work. Training. Rest. Repeat. His body adapted. The exhaustion that had once left his limbs trembling after training sessions was now a dull ache, familiar and manageable. His endurance grew, his movements sharper, his mind clearer. The nightmares persisted, but they no longer rattled him. He endured them, used them. And then, one night after his shift, he met Joran again. The old worker spotted him first, raising a hand in greeting. "Cass, there you are. Took your time." Cashin smirked. "Had to finish up work. Unlike you, I still have a shift to get through." Joran scoffed, leading him into a dimly lit drinking hole. It was a small place, the kind that stank of sweat, cheap alcohol, and the desperation of men who knew tomorrow wouldn't be any better than today. But here, in the low murmur of conversation and the clink of metal cups, there was something else, a strange sort of warmth. They sat at a rusted table, Joran passing Cashin a dented cup filled with something that burned on the way down. "To surviving another week," Joran said, raising his drink. Cashin mirrored the motion. "To surviving." They drank, the warmth spreading through him, dulling the ever-present tension in his muscles. Joran set his cup down with a sigh, rubbing his face. "Heard about that purge?" Cashin nodded. "Hard not to. Everyone's talking about it." Joran clicked his tongue. "Brutal work. Fast, clean, no loose ends." He exhaled, shaking his head. "Reminds me why I keep my head down." Cashin studied him for a moment. "Is that what you always do? Keep your head down?" Joran scoffed. "What else is there? You think we're gonna change the Imperium?" He leaned back, drumming his fingers against the table. "Nah, Cass. We ain't heroes. We ain't nobles. We're just men trying to get through the day." Cashin took another sip, mulling over his words. "Still. That doesn't mean we stop trying to be more." Joran raised a brow. "More, hey?" Cashin met his gaze. "Skills? Resources? Knowledge? If you have those, you're not just another body in the machine. You have options." Joran chuckled. "Options? Like what?" Cashin tapped the rim of his cup. "Like knowing how to handle yourself. Knowing how to fight. Knowing things that others don't. That kind of power makes a difference. Maybe not on the grand scale of the Imperium, but here? In the hive? It matters." Joran was quiet for a moment, then grinned. "Look at you. Thinking ahead, planning. Almost makes you sound dangerous." Cashin smirked. "Only if you're on the wrong side of it." Joran laughed, shaking his head. "You're something else, Cass." He raised his cup again. "All right. To options, then." Cashin clinked his cup against Joran's, the metal ringing softly. There was no grand rebellion here. No bold declarations. Just two men, in a dark corner of a dying city, finding what little light they could. For now, that was enough. Chapter 9, Shadows of the Lex Imperialis. 1402 Standard Terran Time. Cashin moved through the hive's winding streets, his steps steady, his thoughts precise. The towering walls of the Adeptus Arbit's precinct loomed ahead, a grim fortress of order and punishment. He had made his decision, now came the hard part. The truth alone would not be enough. He needed to shape it, control it. A direct lie would be too risky. Instead, he would give them what they wanted, valuable information wrapped in just enough ambiguity to keep himself from scrutiny. The events of Lower Hive City were distant from him physically and in implication. No one would believe a scribe from the Mid-Hive had direct involvement. So, he had to make it seem like unfortunate happenstance, the wrong place at the wrong time. A sighting, an overheard conversation, something small enough to be plausible yet significant enough to warrant attention. He reached the precinct doors. The armored figures of Arbit's enforcers stood at their posts, their presence exuding the unshakable authority of the Emperor's law. There was no turning back. Cashin stepped forward. One of the enforcers turned to him, his helmeted face unreadable. "State your business." Cashin exhaled softly, keeping his expression neutral. "I need to report something. It concerns heretical activity." There was a pause. The second enforcer shifted slightly, then jerked his head toward the doors. "Inside. Speak to the officer at the desk." The doors hissed open, and Cashin entered. The air inside was cold, sterile, and heavy with the scent of metal and discipline. A few figures moved through the halls, some in black carapace armor, others in robes that marked them as clerks or interrogators. At the reception desk, a stern-faced officer eyed him with practiced scrutiny. "Name and occupation." Cashin kept his hands visible, his posture open. "Cashin Vale. Scribe, Midhive Scriptorum." The officer's gaze didn't waver. "Your report." Cashin met his eyes, measuring his words carefully. "I was in the lower hive recently, handling a package delivery. While I was there, I overheard something. A group of men talking in hushed voices about a gathering. They mentioned a location, Foundry 13. They spoke in riddles, but their tone, their secrecy, it felt off. And then, the recent purges." He let the sentence hang, as if he were hesitant to say more. The officer's expression didn't shift, but Cashin could feel the weight of his scrutiny. He didn't speak immediately, letting the silence stretch, a tactic meant to unnerve. Cashin held firm, his expression carefully crafted to show just the right mix of concern and uncertainty. After a long moment, the officer gestured toward a side door. "Wait there." Cashin obeyed, stepping into a dimly lit room with a simple metal chair and a small table. Interrogation chambers in the Arbit's precinct could range from this to far more unpleasant variations, but this was a good sign. If they intended harm, he would already be restrained. Minutes passed before the door opened again. A new figure entered, clad in the imposing armor of a higher-ranking arbitrator. His helmet was off, revealing a face carved from stone-hard lines, cold eyes, a lifetime of absolute judgment. "You have information," the arbitrator said, voice flat. Cashin nodded. "I don't know much. Just what I overheard. It was chance, but..." He hesitated. "I thought it was worth reporting." The arbitrator studied him. "Why?" A simple question, but a dangerous one. Cashin had anticipated it. "Because I live here," he said simply. "Because I've seen what happens when heretics are left unchecked. The purges, the Arbit's cracking down, it's clear something's happening. If there's something dangerous in Foundry 13, I don't want to be anywhere near it." The arbitrator tapped his fingers against the table, considering. "A scribe. Unaffiliated. No known connections to lower hive elements." Cashin remained silent. This was the moment where they decided if he was worth keeping alive. Finally, the arbitrator leaned forward slightly. "Your information is noted. If it proves useful, you will be contacted again." Cashin inclined his head. "Of course." The arbitrator didn't move immediately. "And if I were to ask how a simple scribe became so aware of such dangers?" Cashin met his gaze steadily. "I read reports. I hear things. I work in a scriptorum, after all." A flicker of something, perhaps amusement, perhaps curiosity, crossed the arbitrator's face before vanishing. "You're dismissed." Cashin stood, keeping his pace even as he exited the room, then the precinct itself. The weight of the conversation lingered in his mind. He had placed his first stone in the game. Now, he had to see where the board would shift. Cashin settled into the rhythm of his days, keeping his head down and blending into the endless tide of scribes. 12-hour shifts in the scriptorum passed in a monotonous haze, his hands moving mechanically over parchment and data slates. The work was tedious, but it kept him unnoticed. After his shift, he maintained his training, strengthening his body, improving his laspistol accuracy, and reinforcing his discipline. He avoided drawing attention, playing the part of a lowly scribe with no greater ambitions. But whispers found their way through the droning work of the scriptorum. "You hear about Foundry 13? One scribe murmured, glancing around before leaning in closer. "A crackdown." The Arbits swept through, another whispered back. "Thrown, just like that. Not just a few arrests. A purge. Every name on the record's gone. And anyone who might have been involved? Disappeared." A pause. The scratching of quills and the clicking of type bars filled the void before another voice joined in. Means they found something serious, an older scribe muttered under his breath. Arbits don't wipe out entire networks unless it's bad. Real bad. Cashin kept his expression neutral, his eyes locked on the report he was transcribing. He didn't react, didn't let his movements falter. But inside, he processed everything. The Arbits had moved on the cult's base in Foundry 13. That was fast. Efficient. No survivors. He had done it. A quiet sense of satisfaction settled in him, but he buried it just as quickly. This wasn't the end. The Arbits had taken the bait, but now they would be watching. And watching meant watching everything including him. Days passed. Cashin continued his routine, training in the brief hours he had after work, pushing himself beyond exhaustion. His accuracy with the last pistol improved not by much, but enough to notice. His body adapted to the strain, his endurance creeping forward, even if it was slow. Every small gain was another step forward. Then, without warning, the Arbits came. It was after his shift, just as he left the scriptorium. The streets of the hive were as they always were, crowded, restless, a mass of bodies moving with mechanical efficiency. He had just turned a corner when the presence of armored figures in black halted his steps. The crowd instinctively parted around them, civilians keeping their heads low, avoiding even the briefest glance. The arbitrator stood at the center, his carapace armor marked with the sigil of the Adeptus Arbits. He was not as hulking as a space marine, but there was a weight to him, a presence that made people shrink away. Cashin understood why. The law of the Imperium was absolute, and the men who enforced it were its executioners. The arbitrator's gaze locked onto him. "Come with me." Cashin exhaled slowly. He didn't hesitate, didn't argue. He simply nodded and followed. The Arbits precinct fortress was a stark contrast to the rest of the hive. Its walls were thick, reinforced, an unbreakable bastion of imperial law in a city where crime festered in every shadow. The interior was cold, practical, efficient, without excess. Cashin was led through towering halls, past cells lined with reinforced plasteel, past halls filled with enforcers of the Emperor's justice. The room they led him to was small, barren. A single metal table, 2 chairs. A harsh glow from a lumen strip above. Cashin sat when instructed, his posture controlled, his breathing measured. Then the arbitrator sat across from him. Cashin took him in fully now. His features were hard, weathered by experience. His armor bore the marks of countless battles, his bolt pistol resting in its holster, always within reach. There was no warmth in his eyes, no emotion. "You gave us information," the arbitrator said, his voice even, unreadable. "That information led to a successful operation. But that also means you knew something dangerous. That makes you worth questioning." Cashin met his gaze, unflinching. "I was in the wrong place at the wrong time." A pause. The arbitrator studied him, his expression unreadable. Then, he leaned forward slightly. "You've been keeping your head down, scribe. You've made no missteps. That's either a sign of innocence or calculated deception." Cashin let out a breath, controlled. "I only wanted to survive. I reported what I saw because I knew it was dangerous. That's all." Another silence stretched between them. Then, the arbitrator nodded, "Just once. Then perhaps survival is something we can help each other with." Cashin's mind worked rapidly. This was the moment. The Arbits wouldn't trust him fully, not yet. But they were offering something. An opportunity. "You want me as an informant," Cashin said carefully. The arbitrator didn't confirm or deny it. "You have an ear where we don't. You know how the hive breathes. That makes you valuable. And in exchange, perhaps you can make a request." Cashin had already thought about this. He couldn't overstep. He couldn't seem too ambitious. He had to be reasonable. "I want to learn," he said, choosing his words carefully. "I don't have experience with technology, with self-defense. I only know Low Gothic. If I'm going to be useful to you, I need to understand more." A pause. Then, the arbitrator leaned back slightly. Cashin couldn't tell if he was considering it or if he had already made his decision. "A reasonable request," the arbitrator finally said. "Basic training. Weapons handling. Some education in High Gothic. Nothing more." Cashin nodded, keeping his expression neutral, though inside, he felt a small spark of victory. It was a start. A foundation to build on. But the arbitrator wasn't finished. His gaze hardened. This is not trust. This is not friendship. You are useful for now. But if we find any reason to doubt you, if we so much as suspect deception. He let the sentence hang, but Cashin didn't need him to finish it. He understood perfectly. I know, Cashin said simply. The arbitrator studied him for a long moment before finally standing. Then we'll see if you are as useful as you claim. Cashin watched as the man turned and left the room. Only then did he allow himself to exhale fully. This was a game of survival. A dangerous game where a single misstep could mean death. But now, at least, he had a piece on the board. Chapter 10, The Weight of Steel. 1942 Standard Terran Time. Cashin stepped out of the scriptorium, rolling his shoulders. His muscles ached from hunching over parchment all day, his fingers stiff from the endless copying of text. The stink of ink clung to him, mixing with the ever-present stench of the hive oil, metal, and the faint, cloying smell of too many bodies packed too close together. The air outside was thick, stale, but it carried a sense of freedom compared to the suffocating halls of the scriptorium. He stretched slightly as he walked, his mind already shifting to what came next. Training. Actual combat training. A whisper of movement flickered at the edge of his vision. Cashin's steps slowed. Nothing. Just the usual crowd, workers trudging home, a few scavengers eyeing pockets, a servo skull gliding overhead. Still, something felt off. The lights seemed dimmer than usual, the air heavier. He swallowed, pushing the thought away. A voice cut through the background noise. Cashin Vale. He turned sharply, instinct tightening in his gut. The man standing before him was tall, broad-shouldered, and built like a slab of ceramite. His face was rough, lined with old scars. His hair was cropped short, streaked with grey, and his pale eyes studied Cashin with quiet calculation. He wore a reinforced long coat over combat armor. A knife sat at his hip, the grip worn from use. The way he stood balanced, weight slightly shifted, made it clear he wasn't some bureaucrat. Cashin didn't answer immediately. His instincts told him this man wasn't just some random officer. The man raised an eyebrow. You deaf, scribe? Cashin crossed his arms. Who's asking? The man smirked. Dangerous. I'm the one who's supposed to make sure you don't die the first time someone takes a swing at you. Cashin exhaled. So this was his trainer. He hadn't expected a warm welcome, but there was something unsettling about the way Varus watched him. Like he was sizing him up. All right, Cashin said. Where are we doing this? Varus tilted his head. Follow me. Cashin kept pace as Varus led him through the hive's underbelly. The main streets gave way to narrow alleys, where the hum of machinery above was muffled by thick, rusted walls. Something about the air here felt wrong. Not in any obvious way, just heavier. The shadows stretched strangely, the lumen strips above flickering for a beat too long. A whisper of movement flickered at the edge of his vision again. Cashin glanced sideways. Nothing. Just a reflection in a grimy window. His own face, staring back. But for half a second, he thought it had blinked at the wrong time. He clenched his jaw and looked away. Just exhaustion. He had been pushing himself hard, working long shifts, training his body past what it was used to. It was bound to take a toll. That was all. Finally, Varus stopped in front of a reinforced door built into the side of a structure that looked like an abandoned warehouse. He punched a code into a panel, and the door hissed open. Inside, the air was cold, carrying the scent of metal and sweat. The space was stripped bare, concrete floors, metal walls, no decoration. A sparring ring sat in the center, surrounded by training dummies and benches. A few other figures stood in the shadows, watching. Silent. Cashin stepped inside. Varus walked straight to the center. First lesson. Hand-to-hand combat. Cashin flexed his fingers. Figured as much. Varus smirked. You ever thrown a punch, scribe? Cashin didn't answer. Varus nodded. That's what I thought. No weapons. No tricks. Just fists. You last 5 minutes with me, I'll consider it progress. Cashin exhaled, rolling his shoulders. He wasn't much thin, underfed, but he had spent weeks pushing his body past its limits. Not strong enough. But stronger than before. Varus flexed his fingers. Ready. Cashin nodded. The punch hit him before he even saw it coming. A brutal hook to the ribs. His breath left him in a choked gasp, pain exploding through his side. Before he could recover, a second blow clipped his jaw, sending him staggering. Too slow, Varus said. Cashin gritted his teeth, forcing himself upright. Varus wasn't holding back. This wasn't a training session. It was a test. Fine. Cashin adjusted his stance, keeping his movements tight. When Varus swung again, he tried to duck too slow. The punch glanced off his shoulder instead of landing square, but it still hurt like hell. Varus pressed forward, relentless. A knee to the gut. A sweeping kick. A shove that sent Cashin stumbling back. Every impact rattled his bones. But he didn't fall. Not yet. Blood trickled from his lip. His arms shook. But something inside him refused to stop. Varus swung again. Cashin ducked barely. He lunged forward, throwing a clumsy punch at Varus's side. It connected, weak, barely a tap, but Varus raised an eyebrow. Ha, Varus said. You're learning. Then he slammed a fist into Cashin's ribs. Cashin hit the ground, gasping. His vision blurred. His body screamed at him to stay down. He pushed himself up anyway. Varus watched him, arms crossed. You're bleeding. Cashin wiped his mouth. I noticed. Varus studied him for a moment. Then, without a word, he grabbed Cashin's arm and hauled him upright. Not bad, Varus said. For a scribe. Cashin let out a slow, painful breath. 5 minutes. Varus smirked. 3.5. You lost. Cashin gave a small, bloody grin. Guess I'll do better next time. Varus nodded. Maybe you will. Cashin flexed his fingers, feeling the bruises forming. The pain was sharp, but beneath it, there was something else. Progress. For the first time since coming to this world, he wasn't just surviving. He was becoming something more. And he wasn't going to stop now. Status page updated. New skill acquired, hand-to-hand combat, level 1. Cashin exhaled, steadying himself. For a split second, he thought he saw something flicker behind Varus. A shadow, deeper than the others. Gone in a blink. Cashin didn't react. Just exhaustion. Terran Standard Time, unknown. Cashin didn't know how many days had passed. The training had blurred into a cycle of pain, exhaustion, and relentless repetition. Every day, Varus beat him down, and every day, he got back up. His body protested, muscles screaming, but he ignored it. There was no room for weakness. No room for hesitation. At first, he had been utterly pathetic. Varus had knocked him down so easily it was almost insulting. Cashin had never realized how weak he truly was, how much of a liability his own body had been. A few well-placed strikes had stolen his breath, sent him sprawling, left him gasping in the dirt like a wounded animal. But he endured. The first week had been the worst. Bones ached, bruises layered over bruises, and his muscles felt like they were turning against him. Varus didn't hold back. He never gave any compliments, no words of encouragement. Just fists and footwork. But slowly Cashin started to improve. His instincts sharpened. He stopped flinching at every feint. His footwork stabilized. He still lost every match, still got knocked down more often than not, but he lasted longer each time. And Varus noticed. He didn't say it outright, but there was a difference in his demeanor. The first few days, he had treated Cashin like dead weight, like some weakling barely worth the effort. But now? Now he tested him. Pushed him harder. Expected more. The first time Cashin successfully blocked a strike, Varus had just grunted. The first time he landed a solid hit, the older man had given him a sharp, appraising look before continuing the fight without comment. But the shift was there. A grudging respect. For a scribe, he wasn't bad. And Cashin? He felt the difference. Every punch he threw had more weight behind it. Every step he took was quicker, more precise. The exhaustion still weighed on him, but beneath it was something else, something solid. A sense of control. His old self, the weak, trembling scribe who had been thrown into this world, was burning away. And something stronger was taking its place. Status page updated. Hand-to-hand combat, level 5. Despite the grueling schedule, Cashin managed to carve out a few moments for himself. And in those moments, he met with Joran. They sat in a dingy back room of a rundown eatery, the kind of place where nobody asked questions. The air was thick with the smell of cheap grease and sweat, the hum of low conversations filling the background. The flickering lumen strips overhead cast everything in a sickly yellow light. Cashin sat across from Joran, rolling his sore shoulder, sipping at a tin mug of something vaguely resembling recaf. Joran leaned back in his seat, arms crossed, giving Cashin a long, unimpressed look. "You look like shit." Cashin smirked. "Feel worse?" Joran snorted, taking a slow bite of his meal, some greasy protein slab that smelled more like machine oil than food. He chewed thoughtfully, watching Cashin like a man piecing together a puzzle. "So," Joran said, swallowing. "What the hell are you up to?" Cashin knew this was coming. Joran wasn't stupid. He noticed things. And right now, Cashin wasn't exactly being subtle. The bruises, the stiff way he carried himself, the fact that he had been scarce these past few days, it all added up to something. Cashin exhaled, setting his mug down. "Just been busy." Joran gave him a flat look. "Uh-huh. Sure. And I'm the Emperor's long-lost bastard son." For a while, neither of them spoke. Joran gave him a flat look. "I've seen a lot of men come back from a beating, but you look like someone getting his ass kicked regularly." He gestured vaguely at Cashin. "You're limping, but not like some ganger stomped you. You've got bruises, but they're evenly spread, not the kind you get from a single fight. That means training. And judging by the fact that you're still alive, it's not with some random hive thugs." Cashin stayed quiet, letting him talk. Joran took another slow bite, chewing thoughtfully. "You're picking up something dangerous." Still no response. Joran shook his head, exhaling through his nose. "Not the gangs, not mercs. No, this feels structured. Which means either the guard, or something else." He let the words hang. Cashin took a sip of his drink. "You done guessing?" Joran smirked. "Not guessing. Just putting things together." Cashin didn't confirm or deny it. "Didn't need to." Joran studied him for a long moment, then sighed. "All right. If you're serious about whatever this is, then I'll say this: be careful. Hive's got a way of grinding down men who think they can fight it." Cashin exhaled, rolling his sore shoulder. "I know." Joran shook his head, but there was something else in his expression now. Not just curiosity, interest. A slow grin spread across his face. "If you need something information, connections, you let me know." Cashin narrowed his eyes. "Why?" Joran shrugged. "Because it's good to have friends in dark places. And because I don't want to see you get yourself killed." Cashin considered that. Joran was more connected than him. He knew the Hive better, had contacts Cashin didn't. If he could use that. An idea took shape. If he played this right, Joran could be more than just a contact. He could be an informant. Cashin smirked. "I'll keep that in mind." Joran chuckled, lifting his drink. "Good. Just don't get yourself killed before you make it interesting." Cashin finished his drink, exhaustion still gnawing at him, but beneath it, there was something else. Progress. For the first time in a long while, he wasn't just surviving. He was getting stronger. And the pieces were finally falling into place. Chapter 11, Fractures in the Pattern. Well, here is a bonus chapter. Thanks for the overwhelming support, guys. 21:04 Standard Terran Time. Cashin moved through the mid-hive streets, his steps measured, deliberate. The weight of the day's training clung to him, bruises forming beneath his fatigues, muscles aching from drills that pushed him past exhaustion. The Adeptus Arbits did not tolerate weakness. Neither could he. The shift from scribe work to training had been abrupt. One moment, his world had been ink-stained parchments and the droning of overseers. The next, it was reinforced batons, combat drills, and cold, methodical lectures on law and execution. A lesser man would have broken under the strain. He had no choice but to adapt. Cashin reached his hab block, weaving through the narrow corridors. The familiar stink of promethium, sweat, and decay filled the air. The hum of machinery was ever present, a dull backdrop to hive life. Yet, as he approached his door, something felt off. His fingers paused on the keypad. Nothing obvious. Nothing concrete. But the air felt heavier, charged in a way he couldn't explain. He exhaled, dismissing the unease, and keyed in the code. The door groaned open, revealing the cramped interior. Same cot. Same desk. Same stack of data slates. Familiar. Reassuring. Cashin stepped inside and shut the door. He rolled his shoulders, wincing at the stiffness settling into his frame. His mind drifted to the training grappling techniques, baton strikes, live-fire drills. Progress was slow but steady. The Arbit's instructors were harsh, but not without purpose. Strength, discipline, control. He dropped onto his cot, exhaling. His gaze flicked across the room, his thoughts already shifting toward tomorrow's regimen. Then he saw it. His ink bottle shifted. Barely an inch. But wrong. Cashin frowned. He had lived alone for years. He never misplaced things. The bottle had been on the right side of the desk, aligned with the edge. Now it was slightly off-center. Once is an accident. He reached out, fingers brushing the bottle. Warm. Cashin stilled. The room was cold, as always. The ink bottle should have been the same. Instead, it felt as if someone had just held it. He set it back. A breath. Another. The hum of the hive returned to the edges of his perception, grounding him. He was just tired. Overthinking. Then the lumen strip flickered. Twice is a coincidence. Cashin's pulse quickened, though he kept his expression neutral. Power fluctuations were common. The hive's infrastructure was ancient, unreliable. And yet, the silence pressed in. Not true silence, the hive was never truly quiet. But something had changed. The distant sounds of machinery, the faint murmur of life beyond his door, all felt, dampened. As if he were hearing them from the bottom of a deep well. His fingers flexed. His training with the Arbits had honed his instincts. Recognizing danger, responding to it, these were skills drilled into him daily. But this wasn't something he could fight. He was being noticed. Cashin turned his head slightly, as if checking his boots. His eyes flicked to the desk. The ink bottle. 3 times is a pattern. His breath was slow, controlled. He refused to let his body betray tension. This was the warp's touch. Subtle, creeping, but unmistakable. Something had reached out. And it had brushed against his world. The training hall was a brutal place. There was no warmth here, only the sound of bodies hitting the floor, the crack of batons, and the sharp grunts of effort. Cashin had been in this place long enough to know that respect wasn't given. It had to be earned, one bruise at a time. He stood across from Dangerous, his muscles aching from yesterday's exertion. The veteran had barely broken a sweat in their previous spars, but Cashin had been improving. Slowly. Again, Varus said, rolling his shoulders. Cashin exhaled and shifted his stance. He had been drilled on the fundamentals: keep his guard up, stay light on his feet, watch his opponent's movements. Knowing the theory didn't mean much when facing someone leagues above him. Varus moved first. Cashin saw the attack coming, a simple jab to test his reaction time. He twisted to avoid it, stepping back just enough. But then came the real strike, a sharp hook aimed at his ribs. He barely managed to deflect it, pain flaring up his forearm from the force of the blow. Then Varus was on him. A feint, his left shoulder dipping as if for a body shot. Cashin tried to react, but the real attack was a knee snapping toward his stomach. He barely twisted away, but the follow-up elbow cracked against his shoulder, sending him stumbling. Varus didn't let up. Cashin had no time to reset before a low kick swept toward his leg. He saw it too late. His knee buckled, throwing him off balance. And then Varus shoved him. Cashin hit the mat hard, the impact rattling through his spine. His breath came in short gasps. Sloppy, Varus said, stepping back. You're hesitating. Cashin grit his teeth and forced himself up. He wiped sweat from his brow and raised his hands again. One more. Varus gave a small nod. Good. You should always want one more. They circled each other again. Cashin adjusted his stance lower, more stable. He wasn't going to match Varus in raw power, but speed, positioning, timing, those were his weapons. The next exchange was faster. Varus launched a straight punch, and Cashin deflected it, sidestepping just in time to avoid the follow-up. A second punch came, and instead of fully retreating, he leaned in, using the momentum to guide Varus' arm just past him. Then he struck. A sharp jab aimed at the ribs. It connected. Varus took a step back. For a fraction of a second, there was silence. Cashin's heart pounded. It hadn't been much, barely more than a distraction, but it was clean. Then Varus exhaled. A smirk pulled at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. Cashin let out a slow breath. His whole body was sore, but for once, it wasn't just from getting knocked down. Varus clapped him on the shoulder. You're learning. Cashin flexed his fingers, feeling the bruises settle in. He had landed one strike. It wasn't victory, but it was something. Varus gave him a look. That's enough for today. If you want to keep that momentum, reflect on why it worked. Study your own movements, not just your opponent's. Cashin gave a small nod, still catching his breath. Then, after a pause, he spoke. I need to talk to you about something. Varus raised a brow. Go on. Cashin exhaled and recounted what had happened in his hab yesterday, the sense of wrongness, the way his ink bottle had shifted, the suffocating stillness. He hadn't been imagining it. He knew something had been there. Varus didn't react at first. Then, without a word, he turned and gestured for Cashin to follow. The silence between them stretched as they made their way through the precinct. The deeper they went, the heavier the air became. Fewer people walked these halls, and those who did bore the unmistakable weight of knowledge, the kind that twisted a man's soul if he dwelled on it for too long. Finally, they stopped before a reinforced door. Varus knocked once. A voice answered from within. Enter. Cashin stepped inside. The arbitrator from his first day sat behind the desk, his piercing gaze immediately settling on him. The door shut behind them. Varus spoke first. He noticed something. The arbitrator's expression remained unchanged. Explain. Cashin took a breath and relayed everything. He kept his voice steady, careful not to sound either paranoid or dismissive. He recounted the details exactly as they were. When he finished, the arbitrator leaned back slightly, regarding him with a calculating expression. You're sensitive to it, he said finally. Cashin frowned. To what? The warp. The word alone made his skin crawl. The arbitrator steepled his fingers. Some people have a natural awareness. Not psychic, not measurable, but attuned. They recognize when things are amiss before others do. His eyes locked onto Cashin's. You are one of those people. Cashin clenched his jaw. And what does that mean for me? The arbitrator exhaled slowly. It makes you an asset. Cashin hated that word. The arbitrator studied him for a moment before continuing. Tell me, Vale. Do you know how the Imperium classifies the fall of a world? Cashin had an idea. He had read enough lore in his past life to know how these things played out, but he remained silent, letting the arbitrator speak. There are stages to corruption, the man said. The first is unseen taint. Small disturbances. The beginnings of cult activity. A shift in the air that most overlook. Cashin's fingers twitched. The second stage is the cracks in faith. Unrest spreads. More disappearances. People lose trust in authority, and those in power start turning on each other. Cashin's stomach tightened. The third stage, manifestation. The veil weakens. Things happen that cannot be explained away. People disappear en masse. The world begins to rot. Cashin knew what the fourth stage was. Exterminatus. But the arbitrator's gaze hardened. We are not there yet. Cashin's breath slowed. The Imperium has lost countless worlds to chaos, but it has saved just as many. The arbitrator leaned forward slightly. Do not mistake creeping corruption for inevitability. Cashin forced himself to meet the man's gaze. Then how do you stop it? There are ways. The arbitrator's voice was calm, measured. Information is the first weapon. Rooting out cults before they spread. Destroying vectors of corruption before they take hold. He tapped the desk lightly. But the most important factor is the people. When the people lose faith, the world follows. Cashin let the words sink in. The arbitrator's expression didn't change. I tell you this because you are in a rare position. You have noticed what others have not. That alone makes you valuable. Cashin knew what he was really saying. You are being watched. For a long moment, the room was silent. Then the arbitrator spoke again, his voice quieter. Tell me, Vale. When you look at this world, do you believe it can be saved? Cashin met his gaze. It was a test. If he answered wrong, he'd be marked. If he hesitated too long, he'd be suspected. The Imperium didn't tolerate defeatists. But he couldn't lie, either. Not outright. I believe it can be, he said finally. But I don't know if it will be. The arbitrator watched him for a moment longer. Then, finally, he nodded. Good answer. Cashin exhaled slowly. The arbitrator gestured toward the door. You're dismissed. Cashin didn't need to be told twice. He stepped out into the hall, his mind racing. The warp was creeping into this world. But the Imperium wasn't blind to it. They were fighting, struggling to hold back the tide. The question was, would it be enough? And more importantly, did it matter to him? Chapter 12, Through Others' Eyes. Joran's Perspective. Joran grunted as he hoisted another crate, muscles pulling tight as he heaved it onto the growing stack. The warehouse air was thick, hot, damp, and rank with sweat, rust, and the sour tang of old chemicals soaked into the walls. The steady clunk of metal on concrete echoed around him as the other laborers worked, their voices blending into the constant background noise of the hive. Arguments over quotas. The occasional bark of a foreman. The grinding hum of cargo servitors lumbering through their tasks. Same routine. Same place. Same filth clogging the air. Except something felt off. Joran rolled his shoulders, stretching out the stiffness, and let his gaze drift across the warehouse. His eyes landed on the far side, near the entrance where Cashin used to be. The kid hadn't been around in weeks. Joran didn't like that. It wasn't like Cashin to just disappear. He wasn't some weak-willed gutter rat who cut and ran when things got tough. If he wasn't here, it meant he had something else going on. And knowing Cashin, it wasn't something simple. Joran turned back to his work, grabbing another crate. The weight dug into his palms as he shifted it, placing it down with a dull thud. He wasn't an idiot, he knew the kind of work Cashin had gotten himself into. The kid was moving in dangerous circles now. Joran had seen it in the way he carried himself, the way his posture changed, how he talked less and watched more. Cashin had always been sharp, too sharp for his own good, but there was something different about him lately. Something heavier. When Joran first met him, he figured Cashin wouldn't last a week. Too small. Too thin. Looked like he'd break under real labor. Joran had seen plenty like him before. The type that showed up, thinking they could handle it, then ran off after the first real shift broke them down. Some found easier, shadier work. Others got swallowed up by the hive and never came back. Cashin didn't. He just kept showing up. The first day, he barely spoke, just nodded when given instructions and got to work. Didn't complain. Didn't stop to rest unless told to. And by the end of the shift, when he was dead on his feet, he just clenched his jaw and kept moving. The second day was the same. The third, fourth, week after week, he just kept going. Joran had expected the usual complaints, fatigue, maybe even a breakdown. Instead, Cashin just adapted. It was unnatural, how fast he adjusted. Like he wasn't just working, but studying every motion, refining it, making it more efficient. Joran had seen men twice Cashin's size fold under half the workload. The kid? He never hesitated. He just absorbed the strain like a sponge, learned from it, and pushed forward. And now he was gone. That didn't sit right with Joran. Another crate. Another dull thud against the ground. The muscles in his arms burned, but he barely noticed. His mind was somewhere else. Cashin had changed too fast. And now he was making moves Joran didn't like. It wasn't just that he had vanished from the labor crews, Joran could accept that. The kid had ambitions, and he wasn't the type to settle for grunt work forever. No, what bothered Joran was how Cashin had acted the last time they spoke. Measured. Calculated. Not just surviving, but maneuvering. Joran had spent enough time around desperate men to know when someone was setting themselves up for something dangerous. And Cashin? He had that look. He'd seen it in the way Cashin's eyes lingered on people, assessing, analyzing. He wasn't just reacting to the world anymore, he was planning around it. Like he'd already mapped out 3 different routes before the rest of them even realized they were walking a straight line. Joran didn't know what exactly the kid was tangled up in, but he knew one thing for sure, it wasn't safe. A worker shouted something in the distance. Joran barely heard it. His focus was locked on his own thoughts. He should stay out of it. Cashin wasn't his responsibility. They weren't family. Weren't even friends, really. Just two people who had worked side by side for a while. Joran had his own problems, his own debts, his own fights. Getting dragged into someone else's mess was the last thing he needed. But Cashin had earned his respect. Not just because of his work ethic, but because he reminded Joran of himself. That same fire. That same refusal to bow, no matter how the world beat down on him. Joran had seen plenty of desperate people, but Cashin wasn't desperate. He was determined. And that was dangerous. Joran knew what happened to people like that in the underhive. They either rose to something bigger or they got chewed up and spit out. I'll help him as much as I can, he thought grimly. But I'm not dying for him. Even so, if Cashin ever did need help, Joran already knew he wouldn't just ignore it. He sighed and shook his head, grabbing another crate. The weight settled into his arms, grounding him back into the present. The world moved on, with or without him. And so did Cashin. Varys' perspective. The Arbit's training hall stank of sweat and blood. Varys didn't mind. The smell was familiar, grounding. He had spent most of his life in places like this, dimly lit, reinforced concrete walls, the distant echoes of drills being run in adjacent rooms. The clang of metal against metal, the grunts of exertion, the occasional dull thud of a body hitting the floor. This was order. This was discipline. He observed from the sidelines, arms crossed over his chest, as Cashin Vale struggled through yet another round of drills. His movements were sharp, practiced but still lacking. Still not there yet. Not that Varys expected him to be. He hadn't thought much of the kid at first. A scrawny, underfed scribe thrown into something far beyond his league. He had assumed Cashin would last a few weeks at best before quitting or ending up in a body bag. He had been wrong. Cashin hit the mat with a grunt, rolling out of the way before his opponent could land a finishing strike. He was breathing hard, sweat dripping from his chin, but his eyes remained sharp. Good. Varys stepped forward. Again. Cashin didn't complain. He didn't groan or whine like some recruits did. He just wiped the sweat from his face, got back into position, and braced himself for another round. Varys nodded to himself. He learns. It wasn't just about skill, it was about mentality. Cashin didn't break, didn't fold. He took the hits, got up, and tried again. That was rare. Valuable. Varys had seen countless men pass through these halls. Most thought strength was about brute force, about overpowering the enemy with raw aggression. They were the ones who got themselves killed the fastest. Real strength came from endurance, from knowing how to take a hit and keep moving. Cashin had that. And it was frustrating to admit, but Varys respected it. He watched as Cashin adjusted his stance, shifting his weight just slightly. Small changes. Refinements. He was paying attention, adapting. Good. The next exchange was faster. Not perfect, but better. Cashin's opponent lunged. Cashin sidestepped, redirected the momentum, and nearly managed to throw them off balance before getting knocked down again. Varys exhaled through his nose. He's improving. Slowly, but surely. He crossed his arms again, leaning slightly against the wall. Cashin wasn't just training. He was obsessed. The kid pushed himself harder than most recruits. He took the lesson seriously, didn't waste time, didn't let his failures get to him. That was what made Varys pay attention. He wasn't training for the Arbits. He wasn't training for pride. He was training for something else. And Varys didn't like not knowing what. What are you after, kid? Varys had been around long enough to recognize desperation. He had seen men clawing their way to survival, burning through their last reserves just to stay alive one more day. Cashin had that same look, that same drive, but it wasn't just about survival. It was calculated. Planned. Cashin wasn't just trying to survive, he was preparing. Varys respected that, but he didn't trust it. He had spent too many years dealing with criminals, rebels, and traitors to believe in pure intentions. Cashin had a goal in mind. He was working toward something, and Varys didn't know what. And that was a problem. He pushed off the wall, stepping closer to where Cashin was picking himself up from the mat once again. On your feet. Cashin nodded, wiping sweat from his brow. He was exhausted, but there was no hesitation in his movements. Varys stared at him for a moment, considering. Then he spoke. You're getting better. But don't think for a second that effort alone will save you. Cashin met his gaze. His expression was unreadable. Varys narrowed his eyes slightly. Yet. You're hiding something. But for now, that was fine. He'd figure it out eventually. Arbitrator's perspective. Arbitrator Gideon Roth stood in his dimly lit office, the glow of data slates casting flickering shadows against the walls. The scent of burning incense barely masked the acrid tang of recaf long gone cold. Piles of reports, grim and unrelenting in their detail, sat stacked upon his desk, each one another nail in the coffin of this emperor-forsaken world. The planet was already doomed. He had known it for some time now. Hive cities did not fall overnight, nor did chaos rise in an instant. It began quietly, insidiously, whispers in the dark, symbols carved into forgotten corridors, discontent simmering among the desperate and the damned. What had started as scattered acts of violence, a few missing enforcers, a few unexplained murders, had escalated into something far greater. Officially, the administratum reports still called it widespread unrest, still spoke of escalating cult activity as though it were a manageable problem. But Roth knew better. He had seen the pattern before. This was beyond simple heresy, it was a sickness, and the infection had already spread to the bone. The gangs had been the first to fall. A few disappeared outright, their turf abandoned, their members absorbed into something else. Others had changed, subtly at first, more organized, more ruthless, as though driven by a singular, unseen force. Then had come the disappearances. Not just low-born dregs and miscreants, but mid-level clerks, mechanics, logisticians, and even off-duty enforcers. Some bodies had been found, desecrated beyond recognition. Others were never seen again. And the arbits? The arbits were losing. He had received reports of precincts going dark. Entire patrols simply vanishing. Others returning, changed if they returned at all. The few interrogations they had managed to conduct before executions had revealed nothing of use. Madness, fanaticism pure, unbreakable devotion to something unseen. And worst of all, the government itself had begun to shift. Higher-ranking officials were making strange decisions, dismissing reports of cult activity, redirecting resources away from key sectors. The noble houses, once divided in their endless squabbles, had grown silent, unified in a way that reeked of something unnatural. Even within the Adeptus Arbits, he had begun to notice the signs: officers who avoided his gaze, orders that contradicted previous mandates, entire chains of command quietly disappearing. Roth clenched his jaw, fingers tapping absently against his desk. They are already among us. Stage 2. The point of no return. The world was bleeding out, but the Imperium refused to acknowledge the wound. Not yet. Not until it reached stage 3, the taint revealed. By then, it would be too late. The Arbit's mandate was clear. Uphold the law. Maintain order. But order was a fragile thing, and when the rot ran this deep, there was only one course of action left. Exterminatus. The word lingered in his mind, heavy with the weight of inevitability. The wheels of the Imperium turned slowly, but once they did turn, they were unstoppable. This planet was already dead. The only question was when High Command would be willing to acknowledge it. He would hold the line until then. He would die here. It did not matter. Gideon Roth was no fool. He had long since accepted the nature of his duty. He had sworn himself to the Lex Imperialis, to the preservation of the Emperor's law, knowing full well that it was a battle no man could ever truly win. Chaos could not be destroyed, only delayed. But delay was enough. A few months. A few years. Long enough for some other world, some other front, to prepare itself. Long enough for one more planet to remain in the Emperor's light before the darkness consumed it. That was the purpose of men like him. He exhaled, running a gloved hand over his face. The reports blurred together. He had been reading for hours, but the information was all the same: bad news, and more bad news. Somewhere near the bottom of the pile was a dossier marked Cashin Vale. A minor matter. An anomaly, perhaps. The boy was interesting. His name had surfaced in multiple reports, and he had caught the eye of both local enforcers and the Arbits alike. But in the grand scheme of things, he was just one more piece in a game already lost. Roth didn't have time to care. He straightened his posture, rolling his shoulders to ease the stiffness setting in. His duty was clear. He would continue fighting. He would execute traitors, purge the infected, and hold the line until the moment he was ordered to die for this planet. And when that moment came, he would do it gladly. Chapter 13, Breaking the Chains. Cashin adjusted his stance, breathing in through his nose as sweat dripped down his back. His opponent came in fast, a feint to the left, then a real strike to the ribs. Cashin twisted, barely avoiding the hit, before stepping in and driving an elbow into the man's gut. The other trainee grunted, staggering back. Again. Varus's voice cut through the room like a blade. No praise, no criticism, just a command. Cashin exhaled sharply, wiping his forehead. His body ached, but he didn't stop. 6 weeks of training had burned hesitation out of him. He'd learned how to fight, how to take a hit, how to use his size to his advantage. His body had changed, hardened. Hand-to-hand combat, level 13. Physique, 7.4. Dexterity, 7.2. Physical endurance, level 28. His opponent lunged again. This time, Cashin didn't wait, he stepped in, hooked his arm under the man's strike, and drove his knee into his ribs. The impact sent the other trainee stumbling to the ground. A pause. Then Varus gave a short nod. Better. Cashin took a slow breath, steadying himself. That was the closest thing to praise he was going to get. You're learning, Varus continued, arms crossed. But you still hesitate when switching from defense to offense. That'll get you killed. Cashin flexed his sore hands. I'm working on it. Work harder. Cashin didn't roll his eyes, but it was a near thing. He knew Varus wasn't here to coddle him. The Arbit's trainer had no interest in being his friend. That was fine. Cashin didn't need friends, he needed results. Varus studied him for a moment, then jerked his head toward the exit. Training's done. Get cleaned up. You've got another lesson today. Cashin frowned. Another fight? No. Varus turned, already walking toward the door. Something more important. The meeting place was hidden away, tucked into one of the quieter districts of the mid-hive. It was the kind of place no one looked too closely at, small, nondescript, forgotten. Cashin followed Varus inside, stepping past stacks of parchment and half-lit lumen globes. A man sat at a wooden desk, scribbling onto a thick roll of parchment. He didn't look up immediately, finishing his work before setting the quill aside. His robes were simple, but the script embroidered along the edges marked him as someone of learning. His eyes were sharp, analytical. Varus didn't waste time on introductions. Cashin. This is Magister Orlan. He'll be teaching you High Gothic. Orlan looked up, studying Cashin with something between curiosity and mild disappointment. You're younger than I expected. Cashin resisted the urge to sigh. I get that a lot. Orlan hummed, leaning back in his chair. And you wish to learn High Gothic? Why? Cashin hesitated. He had plenty of reasons, but none he was willing to share with a stranger. Instead, he settled on the simplest answer. Knowledge. Orlan's lips twitched slightly. A vague answer. An honest one, Cashin countered. Varus exhaled sharply, the closest he'd come to a laugh. You're going to have fun with this one, Magister. Orlan ignored him, pulling a heavy book from the shelf and placing it in front of Cashin. The cover was worn, the pages yellowed with age. He tapped a line of text. Read. Cashin frowned, scanning the words. He recognized some of them, but the structure was different, more precise, more deliberate than Low Gothic. He slowly sounded it out. Veritas est lumen animi, et ignoramus tenebris. Orlan sighed. Close. But your pronunciation is atrocious. Cashin narrowed his eyes. What's it mean? Orlan folded his hands. Truth is the light of the soul. The ignorant remain in darkness. Cashin exhaled through his nose. That's dramatic. Varus glanced at him. Welcome to the Imperium. Cashin gave a dry chuckle but didn't argue. He turned back to the book, tracing a finger over the text. The more he looked at it, the more he saw the pattern. This wasn't just a different way of speaking. It was a different way of thinking. Orlan seemed to read his expression. Language defines the mind, scribe. Low Gothic is crude, imprecise. It simplifies thought. High Gothic allows for complexity, for depth. That is why it is kept from the masses. Cashin absorbed that in silence. He'd suspected as much. Low Gothic was lacking. It didn't have words for advanced concepts. There was no proper way to explain thermodynamics, no way to even begin discussing higher mathematics. If knowledge was power, then the Imperium had ensured that power remained in the hands of the few. Not that he was going to say that out loud. Instead, he focused on the lesson. He repeated the phrases Orlan gave him, committing them to memory. It was frustrating at first. His tongue stumbled over the foreign syllables, but he pushed through it. Varus, meanwhile, remained silent. He stood by the door, arms crossed, watching. He wasn't here to learn. He was here to make sure Cashin did. Again, Orlan instructed. Cashin exhaled and tried again. This was going to take time. But that was fine. He had time. Cashin moved with precision, his fists darting through the air in measured strikes. The training hall echoed with the sound of impacts, flesh against padded armor, boots shifting on reinforced flooring. Varus Dane watched him, arms crossed, expression unreadable. Again, Varus said. Cashin exhaled sharply and reset his stance. His opponent, a full-fledged Adeptus Arbits, was larger, stronger, and faster than him. The moment he hesitated, a heavy punch came straight for his face. He barely dodged it, twisting to deflect a follow-up elbow. He wasn't fast enough. The impact clipped his shoulder, sending a jolt of pain down his arm. He gritted his teeth and retaliated, driving his knee into the Arbit's ribs. The strike landed, but the man barely reacted. Instead, he countered, forcing Cashin to backpedal to avoid a brutal takedown. The Arbits pressed forward, throwing another powerful punch. Cashin ducked under it, sweeping his leg in a counter. The man stumbled not much, just enough to be noticeable. Varus grunted. "You're keeping up." That was as close to a compliment as Cashin was going to get. He had started as little more than a training dummy, barely managing to stay on his feet. Now, he could actually fight them. He could feel the difference. His strikes carried force, his body didn't falter under pressure, and he could fight longer without gasping for breath. Varus gestured toward the Arbits Cashin had just sparred with. "You held your own, but he wasn't even going full speed. If you want to survive out there, you need to stop reacting and start controlling the fight." Cashin wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Working on it." Varus snorted. "Work faster." He moved on to training with the shock baton next. His movements were still rough, but compared to the first day, when the weapon had felt foreign in his hands, there was real improvement. Footwork, timing, positioning, he was learning, piece by piece. The moment he stopped, exhaustion crept in, but he shook it off. There was still more work to do. After training, Cashin sat across from Magister Orlan in the dimly lit study, old parchment spread before him. The air smelled of aged ink and brittle paper. "Read," Orlan instructed. Cashin traced the words with his eyes, his tongue forming syllables that had once felt foreign but now rolled off more naturally. His old literacy skill had evolved lexicon proficiency. He wasn't just reading anymore. He was understanding. "Good," Orlan said as Cashin finished the passage. "Now, tell me, what does the structure of this text reveal about its origin?" Cashin considered the question. "The dialect is archaic, but not inefficient. The wording isn't just for formality, it carries layers of meaning. There are implied nuances that don't translate cleanly into Low Gothic." Orlan nodded, satisfied. "You grasp the nature of High Gothic better than most scribes I have trained." Cashin kept his expression neutral. His progress wasn't due to any natural talent. It was simply an advantage he had before arriving in this world. High Gothic shared too much DNA with English and Latin. And he had already known English. His inherited grasp of Low Gothic only made the process smoother. From the Magister's perspective, his rapid understanding must have seemed extraordinary. But for Cashin, it was just another system exploit. The next step, Orlan continued, is comprehension of deeper texts. High Gothic is not simply a language of governance, it is a language of knowledge. It allows access to the oldest writings, the preserved wisdom of past eras. The greater your fluency, the deeper you will see. Cashin nodded. That was the real reason he was pushing himself. The Imperium's knowledge was locked behind this language. If he wanted to understand more about the warp, about power, about a way out, he needed High Gothic. Orlan placed a thick tome in front of him. "We begin today with philosophical analysis. Read, and then summarize the central arguments presented." Cashin opened the book and started. At first, it was slow going. The structure was dense, the ideas layered. But with each passage, something clicked into place. The language wasn't just refined, it was precise. Concepts that would take paragraphs in Low Gothic were conveyed in a single elegant phrase. He understood now why the Imperium still used it in law, in bureaucracy, in sacred texts. Low Gothic was practical, but High Gothic was exact. Hours passed, the room falling into the steady rhythm of study. Cashin absorbed the knowledge, analyzing, breaking it down, reconstructing it in his mind. His progress was unnatural, but Orlan never questioned it. He only watched, as if studying Cashin just as closely as Cashin studied the texts. The test began without warning. Orlan didn't announce it as such, he simply started assigning Cashin increasingly difficult challenges. Deciphering older dialects. Summarizing entire scrolls of imperial philosophy in a few sentences. Translating documents with double meanings. Some texts were pre-heresy. Some were ancient beyond reckoning. Some contained ideas that weren't entirely aligned with strict imperial dogma. One particular passage stood out. To question is not to betray, but to remain silent in the face of truth is to abandon reason itself. Cashin stared at it for a long moment. This kind of thinking didn't belong in the Imperium. Does this passage trouble you? Orlan asked. Cashin masked his reaction. Just trying to understand the context. A wise approach, Orlan said. Too often, young minds seek answers before grasping the depth of the question. Cashin nodded, but inwardly, he wondered how much did Orlan truly believe in imperial doctrine? Was he just another cog in the machine, or something else entirely? It didn't matter. Right now, he had work to do. And that was the point, wasn't it? He buried himself in his training, in his studies, because it was easier than facing the truth. The truth that no matter how much stronger he got, no matter how much knowledge he gained, the world was still dying. The hive was rotting. The world was crumbling. And in the grand scale of things, he was still just one insignificant piece in a cosmic nightmare. So, he worked. He trained. He learned. Because the moment he stopped, that was when reality would catch up with him. Chapter 14, The Test of Utility. Cashin sat in the cold, windowless office, his hands resting on his lap. The room smelled of old parchment and the faint metallic tang of recycled air, a scent he had grown used to over the years in the scriptorum. But today, he wasn't here to transcribe records or organize files. Across from him, Arbitrator Varus reclined in his chair, fingers idly tapping against the desk. The man's face was unreadable, his eyes sharp with a quiet scrutiny that felt more like dissection than conversation. Cashin didn't fidget. He didn't ask why he'd been summoned. He simply waited. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, until Varus finally spoke. "You're done in the scriptorum." Cashin blinked. He hadn't expected that, but he didn't let the surprise show. "The administratum is short on manpower, and the arbits need men who can shoot as well as they can read," Varus continued. "Your skills are wasted in that archive." He leaned forward, elbows resting on the desk. "And you've already proved you can kill." Cashin held his gaze. There was no flattery in the man's voice, no false praise. Just a simple statement of fact. He had killed. The first time, it had been out of necessity, an act of survival. He had thought that would be the end of it. A footnote in his life. Another moment lost in the grinding wheels of the Imperium's endless machine. Instead, it had changed everything. Varus slid a data slate across the desk. "There's a hab block in the lower hive. Reports of disappearances. Blood cult activity. You'll lead a group to clear it out." Cashin picked up the slate. The details were sparse: suspected heretics, possible blood god worshippers, civilians, small numbers. And no reinforcements. If he failed, no one would come looking. Cashin's fingers tightened slightly around the slate. He understood now. This wasn't just a mission. It was a test. Varus studied him, waiting for hesitation, reluctance. Cashin simply nodded. Understood. The hab block loomed before them, a rusting carcass of metal and decay. It was a dead place, forgotten by the Imperium, inhabited only by those too desperate or too mad to leave. Cashin stood at the edge of the corridor, studying the entrance. The building had several points of entry, most of them choked with debris, but the main doors were still operational. That was where the cultists would expect an attack. He glanced at the men under his command. 2 Arbits enforcers, hardened but arrogant. They carried their shock mauls and standard-issue lasguns with the bored confidence of men who thought this was just another routine purge. Behind them, 3 conscripted gangers shifted uneasily, hands twitching near their weapons. They had no illusions about what this was. Cannon fodder. Cashin didn't care about their lives, but he wouldn't waste resources, either. "We don't go through the front," he said. One of the enforcers frowned. "Why not? We hit them fast, hard. Burn them out. And if they have heavy weapons? If they barricaded the doors and are waiting with auto guns?" Cashin asked, his tone calm, almost conversational. "How many shots do you think you'll take before you hit the floor?" The enforcer opened his mouth, then closed it. Cashin turned back to the hab block. "We smoke them out." The gangers exchanged glances, unsure whether to be relieved or suspicious. Cashin crouched and began marking points on the map. "We cut off the exits. Seal them in. Then we force them into a choke point." He tapped a narrow corridor at the back of the building. "Here. They'll have no choice but to come through." One of the gangers hesitated. "And if they don't? Then we burn the whole place down." No one argued after that. The first sounds of gunfire came from inside the building. Muffled shouts, the occasional scream. It was working. Cashin crouched behind cover, watching the corridor. Smoke billowed from the lower levels, thick and choking, obscuring everything. Then came the figures' shadows moving through the haze, desperate and disoriented. He raised his lasgun. The first man barely had time to react before Cashin's shot took him in the chest. The impact sent him sprawling, a smoking hole burned clean through his torso. The others followed, some scrambling for cover, others charging forward in a blind rage. Cashin picked his targets methodically. A burst to the throat. A precise shot through the eye. Each kill clean, efficient. The enforcers fired in staggered volleys beside him, cutting down anyone who made it past the initial wave. The gangers? Less useful. One was firing wildly, shots sparking off the walls. Another hesitated, visibly shaking. Cashin made a mental note of that. Then the real threat emerged. A towering brute, taller than the others, his body covered in crude scars. He wasn't wearing armor, but he didn't need it. Last fire sizzled against his flesh, but he didn't slow. He roared and surged forward, a massive cleaver raised high. The enforcers stumbled back. One of the gangers bolted. Cashin stepped forward. A single, precise shot. The last bolt struck just below the man's eye, burning through the skull and into the brain. The berserker collapsed mid-charge, his momentum carrying him a few more steps before he crumpled to the floor. The rest of the cultists hesitated. And in that hesitation, they died. Minutes later, it was over. The air stank of burnt flesh and smoke. Bodies littered the corridor, blood pooling in thick, dark smears. The gangers stood frozen, still processing what had happened. The enforcers, to their credit, didn't look shaken. Just, thoughtful. Cashin lowered his lasgun, surveying the carnage. He had dictated this battle before the first shot had been fired. He turned as Varus stepped into the corridor, stepping over the corpses without a second glance. The arbitrator took in the scene with mild interest, then let out a short, approving breath. "Efficient," he said. Cashin said nothing. There was nothing to say. Varus smirked. "You're not just a survivor now." He met Cashin's gaze, something unreadable flickering in his eyes. "You're a part of us." Cashin didn't react. But inside, something shifted. The Imperium needed him now. That meant leverage. For now, he would play along. For now, he would do what was expected. But this was no longer about simple survival. Power wasn't given. It was taken. And Cashin intended to take everything. Cashin sat across from Arbitrator Varus, the dim light casting long shadows across the cluttered desk. The office smelled of recaf and old parchment, a stark contrast to the burnt ozone and blood that still clung to Cashin's uniform. His body ached from the battle, muscles sore in places he hadn't realized he'd strained. Varus flipped through Cashin's after-action report with his usual methodical calm, scanning each line without hurry. The silence stretched, but Cashin didn't rush to fill it. He had learned enough about the arbitrator to know he would speak when ready. Finally, Varus set the data slate down and steepled his fingers. "You handled yourself well," he said, tone unreadable. Cashin met his gaze. "I survived." Varus smirked. More than that. You adapted. Kept your head. That's rare for someone without formal training. He tapped a finger against the slate. Your report is thorough. No embellishments, no self-praise. I like that. Cashin inclined his head slightly. No point in dressing up the facts. No, Varus agreed. He leaned back, regarding Cashin with something that wasn't quite approval, but close. Tell me, how do you think you could have done better? Cashin had already dissected the engagement in his mind. The breach was slow. Enforcers were methodical, but the delay gave the cultists time to react. A more aggressive push could have cut them off before they fortified their position. Varus nodded. And Cashin's fingers tapped against the armrest. The conscripts panicked. I had to keep one from losing it mid-firefight. If I had prepared them better, maybe they wouldn't have hesitated when the killing started. Varus raised an eyebrow. You think that's your responsibility? Cashin considered his words. If I have to rely on them, then yes. Their failure affects me. Pragmatic. Varus seemed pleased. You also made the right call pulling back when you did. You understood the limitations of your position. He let the words hang for a moment before his smirk returned. Most fresh conscripts would have gotten themselves killed trying to play hero. Cashin didn't respond. He had no illusions about heroism. Varus exhaled through his nose, glancing at the report once more before setting it aside. You're off to a good start. But this was just a test. Cashin had suspected as much. His first combat mission wasn't just about killing cultists, it was about proving himself. Next time, it'll be harder, Varus continued. The Imperium has no shortage of enemies, and we have no shortage of work. You've shown you have potential. Now you'll prove if you can sharpen it. Cashin simply nodded. He had already made his decision when he pulled the trigger. Varus studied him for a moment longer, then gestured toward the door. Get some rest while you can. You won't have much of it soon. Cashin stood, collecting his lasgun as he left. The weight of it felt natural in his hands now. He wasn't a scribe anymore. That life was already behind him. Cashin left Varus's office without a word, the heavy door shutting behind him with a dull thud. The tension from the debrief still clung to him, but he pushed it aside. His body had other demands. He was hungry. The Arbit's precinct had its own cafeteria, a stark, utilitarian space built for efficiency rather than comfort. The scent of nutrient paste and recycled protein hung in the air, but compared to the barely edible rations from the scriptorum, it was a step up. Cashin moved through the line, grabbing a tray of processed meat substitute, rationed greens, and a dense carb brick that passed for bread. It wasn't much, but it was food. He took a seat at an empty table in the far corner, away from the clusters of enforcers speaking in low voices. As he ate, he let his mind wander back to the mission. Varus was right, it had been a test. The cultists were just one of many threats infesting the hive, and Cashin had no doubt that next time, it would be worse. He had survived, but that wasn't enough. He needed to be better. He bit into the dense carb brick, chewing slowly. The room around him was filled with men and women who had lived and fought in this world far longer than he had. They were hardened, disciplined, dangerous. If he wanted to rise above them, he would have to learn from them and surpass them. Chapter 15, Refining the Blade. 8:17 Standard Terran Time. Cashin adjusted the grip of the chainsword, feeling the weight settle in his hands. It was heavier than he'd expected, the balance uneven compared to the last pistol he'd grown accustomed to. The whir of the motor was a dull, mechanical hum waiting. Varus watched from the side, arms crossed, his gaze sharp. You grip it like a scribe holding a quill, he said dryly. Cashin exhaled through his nose. He tightened his stance, shifting his balance. His muscles still ached from the previous night's patrol, but there was no room for weakness. The Arbits didn't have time for slow learners, not with the way things were unraveling in the hive. He thumbed the activation switch. The weapon roared to life, a shriek of metal teeth whirling in rapid succession. A training servitor stood before him, thick plating replacing flesh, its arms locked in place. Strike, Varus ordered. Cashin didn't hesitate. He stepped forward, swinging the blade in a diagonal arc. The teeth bit into the servitor's shoulder with a screech of metal on metal. Sparks flared as the blade struggled against the hardened plating before finally carving through. The momentum carried him forward, the chainsword pulling slightly to the right. Too deep, Varus said. Control it. The weight will drag you off balance if you don't guide it. Cashin adjusted his grip, rolling his shoulders. The weapon wasn't elegant, there was no finesse in a chainsword. It was a butcher's tool, meant to tear through bodies in the thick of combat. Again. This time, he swung with tighter control, letting the teeth rip through in a controlled burst. The servitor's plating sheared away, the scent of burning metal filling the air. Better, Varus commented, his voice steady but approving. He stepped forward, placing a hand on the weapon to deactivate it. This isn't a dueling blade. It's not about clean strikes. When you use this, it's because you're already too close. Either you kill them, or they kill you. New skill acquired, melee weapon proficiency LV1. Cashin nodded, but his mind was already moving ahead. Distance was survival. The chainsword was a last resort. Varus turned and gestured toward the weapons bench, where an array of imperial armaments lay waiting. A meltagun rested among them, scarred, the barrel darkened from use. Cashin stepped forward, running a hand along the weapon's surface. You already know the lasgun, Varus said. You've seen what it can do. This is different. Cashin hefted the meltagun, feeling the weight shift in his arms. The weapon was compact but heavy, its reinforced casing designed to withstand the intense heat it generated. Single shot, Varus continued. Close range. This will reduce a man to molten slag, armor and all. But it eats through charge packs faster than a hive ganger burns the sticks. And if you fire too fast, it overheats, Cashin finished, eyeing the venting ports. He had read about them before, of course. But this was different. Theory meant nothing without application. Varus smirked. Good. You're starting to think ahead. Cashin powered the weapon up, feeling the subtle vibration as it hummed to life. He sighted down the targeting reticule, adjusting his grip. Against armored targets, it's absolute, Varus said. But it has weaknesses. Heavy. Short range. Slow fire rate. You won't always have the right weapon for the fight. Adaptation is what keeps you alive. Cashin deactivated the weapon and set it back on the rack. Varus's words lingered in his mind. He was learning more than just the function of weapons. The way Varus spoke, the way he drilled these lessons, it wasn't about combat alone. It was about survival. Know the strengths. Know the weaknesses. Know when to strike. Varus turned to a workbench cluttered with tools. Let's talk maintenance. You know a lasgun's charge pack is good for roughly 300 shots, but what happens if you push that limit? Cashin followed him over, setting the chainsword on the table. It overheats, like the meltagun. Exactly. But it's not just that. The internal mechanisms get stressed. If you're not careful, the servos and gas vents clog. The lens sights get out of calibration. And worst of all, if the internal cooling system fails, the weapon can seize up. Then you're stuck with a paperweight. Cashin looked at the lasgun lying on the bench. It looked so simple, sleek, practical, but deceptively complicated. So what's the solution? Varus smiled grimly. Maintenance. Lubrication. Regular inspection. He began to disassemble the lasgun, carefully separating each piece, showing Cashin how to inspect the lens sight for damage, how to clean the gas vent, and the fine-tuning of the power pack. Your weapon is only as good as you are at keeping it in working order. You wouldn't let your armor rust, so don't let your tools rust either. Cashin watched closely, mentally noting the steps. Weapons maintenance wasn't just about cleaning, it was about understanding the technology, the science behind it. A lasgun wasn't some simple device, its power came from an intricate balance of electromagnetic fields, gas compression, and finely tuned optics. Getting it wrong meant failure. The same went for the meltagun and chainsword. Varus spoke as he worked. The lasgun's charge pack isn't just power, it's the lifeblood of the weapon. You don't want a leaking seal or a ruptured casing. A small mistake can cause an energy discharge, which could end in an explosion. He paused, turning to Cashin. Understanding the tech is as important as knowing how to fight with it. Cashin absorbed the information. The more he learned, the more the weapons felt like an extension of himself. Understanding the mechanisms made it easier to think about how best to use them. When things went wrong, it wouldn't be a mystery, it would be an opportunity. Varus finished the last step of reassembling the lasgun and set it back on the rack. That's the practical side. Now, the theory. He pulled up a hollow projector and waved his hand to activate it. The screen flickered to life, showing a schematic of the meltagun. It works by superheating a stream of energy, focused through this coil. Varus pointed to the glowing blue section in the schematic. This superheated plasma is then fired at the target. If you're quick enough, you can cause rapid structural failure in armor, even if it's a ceramite plate. But if you miss, you risk overexposure. Know your distance, know your angles. Cashin's mind raced, the theory falling into place like pieces of a puzzle. The more he understood, the more the entire process made sense. So, it's not just about the weapon itself. It's understanding how the technology works in conjunction with the human elements. A good soldier isn't just someone who knows how to shoot, they know why their weapon behaves the way it does. Varus gave him a sharp look. Exactly. It's why you're here. Arbit's cafeteria. Later, Cashin sat across from Varus in the dimly lit mess hall, a tray of ration paste and recaf in front of him. He had eaten worse. The food was barely warm, the texture somewhere between stale grain and processed meat substitute. But it was fuel, and fuel was all he needed. Varus stirred his drink absent-mindedly. You're improving. Cashin chewed, swallowing before replying. Not fast enough. You're thinking like a fighter now. That's the important part. Varus took a sip, setting the cup down. You don't waste movement. You don't act without reason. That's good. Cashin mulled over the words. Compliments were rare from Varus, but they weren't empty. Every sentence he spoke carried weight. What do I need to work on? Cashin asked. Varus tapped a finger against the table. Instinct. Cashin raised an eyebrow. You analyze everything, Varus continued. That's not a weakness. But in the thick of a fight, hesitation kills. You can't think through every step when a man is driving a blade toward your throat. You need to act. Cashin nodded slowly. He understood the logic, but understanding wasn't the same as execution. He had always relied on calculated moves, on assessing situations before committing. Instinct required trust in the body before the mind could process. That'll come with time, Varus added. And experience. Cashin took another bite, letting the silence stretch between them. The hive was shifting. He could feel it subtle, but undeniable. The undercurrents of unrest, the quiet tension in the streets. The Arbits needed manpower. That was why he was here. Not as a servant. Not as a pawn. He had value now. And the more he learned, the more he sharpened himself, the harder he would be to discard. Varus finished his recaf and pushed the cup aside. His eyes met Cashin's. You're not a scribe anymore, he said simply. You understand that, right? Cashin exhaled through his nose. The truth was already obvious. The hours in the training yard, the blood on his hands, the whispers in the corridors of the Arbit's precinct, he wasn't part of the machine anymore. He was something else now. And he wasn't going to stop. 9:45 Standard Terran Time. The candle light flickered across the aged parchment, casting long shadows over the desk. The ink had barely dried on Cashin's last report when Magister Orlan placed another stack of documents in front of him. Your grasp of High Gothic has improved, Orlan said, his tone measured but with the slightest trace of approval. Enough that you will no longer be spared the more intricate tasks. Cashin's fingers traced the edge of the parchment. The writing was dense, flowing with the refined, almost mathematical precision that only the most educated scholars of the Imperium wielded. This was not the bastardized form of High Gothic used in the upper spires for ceremony and pomp. This was the true language of the administratum of power. At the top of the first page, the assignment was neatly inscribed. On the theoretical limits of transcendental authority in the Lex Imperialis. Cashin suppressed a sigh. He had expected difficult work, but this was something else. Magister Orlan sat across from him, watching. Summarize the first passage, he ordered. Cashin ran his eyes over the page, parsing the archaic phrasing. The passage spoke of the conceptual bounds of imperial jurisdiction, arguing that authority was absolute only in its theoretical form, but subject to material limitations. The author postulated that in regions where the Imperium's grasp weakened, law became a matter of interpretation rather than decree. He exhaled. It argues that the authority of the Imperium is not self-sustaining but requires continual reinforcement. That without presence, be it military, economic, or ideological, law decays into mere suggestion. Orlan inclined his head slightly. And the counter-argument? Cashin's eyes flicked to the next paragraph. That faith and doctrine transcend material limitations. That the lex imperialis does not require enforcement because its foundation is divine truth. A paradox, Orlan mused. And which view do you find more compelling? Cashin hesitated. The second argument was the one expected of an imperial servant. Yet, his time in the hive, his time witnessing the cracks in reality itself had made the first argument resonate more. But the truth was a dangerous thing in the Imperium. The second, he said, carefully. Doctrine exists beyond material constraints. The Emperor's word is law, even in the void between the stars. Orlan studied him for a moment. A safe answer. Cashin met his gaze. An expected answer. For the first time, Orlan smirked. Good. You understand the game, at least. The Magister leaned forward slightly. You will write a response to this treatise. 3,000 words. In High Gothic. You will argue both perspectives, dissect their merits, and present your own conclusion. I expect nuance, not regurgitation. Cashin stared at him. This was an impossible task for a normal scribe. Even veteran lexicographers took weeks to craft such analyses. Orlan must have seen the hesitation. Struggle is the crucible of excellence, Cashin. I do not offer you comfort. Cashin pressed his fingers against his temple. He had fought for every scrap of progress in the past weeks, but this was different. This wasn't physical exertion. This was intellectual brutality. Yet he knew he couldn't afford to falter. He nodded, accepting the assignment. As he picked up his quill, something rippled at the edges of his vision. A subtle shift in the air, as if the ink itself pulsed with something unseen. The candle light dimmed. Not flickering, just less. Cashin's pulse quickened. He had felt this before, in fleeting moments during his first days in the precinct. A quiet presence, threading itself through reality like an unseen needle. His hands remained steady, but his mind whirred. He had spent enough time in the hive to recognize the slow, inevitable bleeding of the warp into the physical world. The paper before him looked the same, yet his eyes struggled to focus. The ink twisted ever so slightly, like something alive. For a heartbeat, the letters moved, rearranging themselves into a pattern he could not recognize. He forced himself to blink. The words were back. The text normal again. But the feeling did not leave. Orlan had not reacted. Cashin swallowed, dipping his quill into the inkwell. His hands did not tremble. He would not allow them to. He began to write. The law, when divorced from the means to enforce it, becomes suggestion. Authority is not inherent, it is an agreement, a consensus. Power exists only so long as it is acknowledged. Where faith sustains it, it endures. Where doubt takes root, it crumbles. The words flowed, but the presence remained. Like a whisper just beneath hearing. Cashin knew this was only the beginning. Chapter 16, Whispers in the Dark. Cashin scrolled through the data slate, skimming past lists of sanctioned enforcements and recent crackdowns. The Adeptus Arbit's archives were dense, hundreds of reports, rulings, and edicts filed away with ruthless precision. Most of it was routine, arrests, sentences, population control measures. But patterns stood out when you knew what to look for. He flexed his fingers, trying to shake off the stiffness from hours of reading. The chamber was quiet, the dim lumen strips flickering slightly overhead. A servitor droned somewhere in the background, mindlessly sorting scrolls. The air smelled of old parchment and machine oil, familiar now. He pulled up recent purge records from 745.m40, the current year. One caught his eye. Incident report, Hive Tertia, Lower Districts. Arbiter Magistrate Helbrecht authorized the full liquidation of subversive elements. Compliance level, 100%. Cashin frowned. No details. No names, no interrogations, no trials. Just a number, 400 executed. The official reason? Heresy. That wasn't uncommon. The Imperium burned heretics by the millions. But the wording full liquidation, that was different. He cross-referenced it with older reports. Same phrasing. Different years. Different planets. He tapped a command, pulling up archives from 3 centuries ago. A summary popped up. 487.m40 Gelmero subsector purification. Following incidents of widespread rebellion, the Lord Marshal enacted total compliance protocols. 14 hive worlds underwent structural correction. Full liquidation orders were carried out. Compliance level, 100%. 14 worlds. Purged. Barely a footnote in history. Cashin sat back, drumming his fingers against the table. He wasn't stupid. When entire populations vanished from the records, it meant something had been erased, buried. And now, in the present, the same methods were being used again. Something was repeating. His gut told him this wasn't just standard imperial brutality. This was containment. A quiet voice cut through his thoughts. You read too carefully for a scribe. Cashin didn't flinch. He turned his head slightly. Arbiter Dane. Tall, armored, sharp-eyed. The kind of man who had seen too much but spoke too little. Cashin met his gaze, keeping his voice steady. I like to be thorough. Dane watched him for a moment, then exhaled. Curiosity's dangerous. Don't let it kill you. He walked off without another word. Cashin sat there, fingers tightening around the data slate. He glanced back at the reports, then at the exit. Something was wrong in the Gelmero cluster. And whatever it was, the Arbits weren't stopping it. They were hiding it. Cashin had thought leaving his old life behind would make things simpler. No more endless hours in the scriptorum, no more back-breaking labor just to afford extra rations. He had traded ink-stained fingers and exhaustion for something sharper, something that carried weight. Training. Combat drills. Patrol duty with the Adeptus Arbits. It had been a natural transition. The Arbits had structure, resources, and most importantly, knowledge. He now had access to archives that few in the Hive even knew existed. He had walked the cold corridors of Arbits precincts, sat through brutal exercises that left his muscles screaming, and even joined a real raid, a violent purge of a gang hideout deep in the mid-hive. The food was plain but consistent, taken from the mess hall with the rest of the enforcers. His bunk was Spartan, but it was his. He no longer worried about starving, about scraping together chits for a little more protein in his meals. He had purpose. But even here, within the supposed order of the Imperium's enforcers, something felt wrong. He saw it in the way the patrolmen whispered when they thought no one was listening. In the quiet glances exchanged over shared rations. In the reports that seemed to vanish from the records before anyone could act on them. A sickness was spreading through the Hive. And no one wanted to name it. The first time Cashin overheard the rumors, he was in the mess hall, picking at the same bland nutrient paste as everyone else. He wasn't part of the conversation, just another presence at the table, listening to the idle talk of enforcers between shifts. But some things stuck out. Another 3 workers went missing in Sector 12 last night. That's the 3rd night in a row. No sign of a struggle. None. They just vanished. No logs, no records, like they were never there to begin with. Cashin glanced up. The speaker was an older patrolman, his face lined with the exhaustion that only came from years of seeing the worst parts of humanity. Across from him, a younger enforcer frowned, poking at his food. Maybe it's the underhivers. They've pulled people down before. The old enforcer scoffed. You think underhivers can erase names from work logs? Wipe out entire schedules? The younger man fell silent. The rest of the table shifted uncomfortably. Cashin kept eating, but his mind raced. Something bigger was happening. And then, the real warning sign came. Have you heard about the sermons? Cashin wasn't stupid. He had read too much in the Arbits archives to ignore the pattern. He had seen records of past Hive collapses, of doomed cities and planetary uprisings that had started with whispers just like these. It was never just gangs. Never just corruption. Not when priests got involved. He started paying attention. At first, it was just a name, muttered in hushed conversations between patrolmen. Father Valen. A minor preacher. One of the thousands of Imperium-sanctioned priests that tended to the spiritual needs of the workers in the lower levels. On paper, there was nothing unusual about him. No official complaints, no edicts against him from the ecclesiarchy. But the rumors didn't stop. They say his sermons aren't sanctioned anymore. I heard he doesn't even preach the Emperor's name. He speaks about the worthy being chosen, but he never says for what. Cashin didn't believe in coincidences. Not here. Not in a hive that felt like it was holding its breath. Then came the night he saw it for himself. It was a routine patrol curfew enforcement, nothing special. Cashin walked the dimly lit streets alongside 2 other Arbits, shock maul at his hip, the cold weight of a stubber against his side. The hive at this level was quiet, filled only with the lingering stink of sweat and industry. Then they passed an alley. Cashin's steps slowed. The other two enforcers walked ahead, unconcerned. But he had seen it. Just for a moment. A figure, kneeling before a crude, hastily painted symbol. It was drawn in red. And it dripped. Cashin turned his head, forcing himself to keep walking, to act like he hadn't noticed. But his skin crawled. It was the same mark he had seen in the archives. The same one that had appeared in hive cities that never stopped burning. That night, he dreamt of whispers. They slithered through his mind, curling around his thoughts like smoke. Not words. Not exactly. Just an overwhelming sense of something watching. He woke suddenly, gripping the handle of his shock maul so tightly that his knuckles had gone white. His body was covered in cold sweat, and his heartbeat was erratic, like it had been racing even while he slept. And outside, somewhere deep in the hive, he swore he heard chanting. Not a cry for help. Not the desperate pleas of the starving. But something else. Something that sounded a lot like worship. The next day, Cashin went looking for more information. He knew better than to ask outright. If this was what he thought it was, if the hive was truly starting to rot from the inside, then the wrong question could get him killed. Instead, he listened. He watched. And he saw the signs. A veteran Arbit's officer, his eyes sunken with lack of sleep, muttering a prayer before heading out on patrol, something none of them ever did. A squad coming back from an investigation empty-handed, despite reports of disturbances in the underhive. The way people stopped talking when certain names were mentioned. Then, the final piece. Cashin passed by a small shrine, one of the countless altars dedicated to the emperor scattered throughout the hive. Normally, they were well maintained, tended to by whatever local priest had been assigned to that sector. Candles burned. Incense was lit. Hymns were played on repeat. This one was abandoned. The candles had been snuffed out. The incense left to rot. And someone had defaced the aquila. Not with crude vandalism. Not with gang signs. But with that same symbol. Drawn in red. Dripping. Cashin stared at it, his breath slow, controlled. He forced himself to look away. He knew. The hive was changing. The warp was pressing closer. And if the Arbits hadn't acted yet, it meant they were either too scared to, or they were already too late. The precinct was dead silent. The kind of silence that only came before something bad. Cashin sat at the long briefing table, his hands clasped in front of him. The dim lumen strips above cast harsh shadows across the room, turning the assembled officers into silhouettes against the cold metal walls. The air smelled of recaf, gun oil, and sweat. Across from him, Vaindaris stood, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. He was one of the few officers Cashin actually respected, practical, ruthless, and above all, not stupid. He didn't waste words or time. And right now, he looked tense. That alone was enough to put Cashin on edge. "You're all here because I need enforcers I can trust." Dara's voice was gravel, scraped raw from years of shouting over battlefield noise. "This isn't a standard operation. It's not some gang or cull or routine purge." He let that sit for a moment. No one spoke. Then he tapped the data slate on the table, bringing up a grainy image on the hollow projector. Cashin leaned forward slightly. The image was a corpse. It had once been a man. Now, it was a ruin. The body was slumped against a wall, its limbs twisted at unnatural angles. The armor of an Arbits officer was barely recognizable beneath the mess of deep, jagged wounds. The entire chest cavity had been carved open, ribcage cracked apart like someone had been digging for something. Cashin felt his stomach tighten. "This was Patrol Squad Theta 9, Darius said. 3 men. They were sent to investigate a disturbance in the mid-hive yesterday." He swiped to the next image. More bodies. More Arbits. "This is what we found when they didn't report back." Someone muttered a curse under their breath. Cashin didn't. He just stared at the images. Examined them. Because this wasn't just some ambush. This was a message. Darius continued. "Witnesses, what few we could find, say they heard chanting before the attack. Said they saw figures in the dark, moving in ways that didn't seem." He hesitated. "Right. That got a reaction." A few of the older enforcers shifted uncomfortably. They knew. Cashin knew too. 2 weeks ago, we had a few disappearances. Then, priests started going missing. Now, we have full Arbit squads getting torn apart. Dara's voice was steady, but there was an edge to it. I don't care what you believe. I don't care what you think this is. What I do care about is putting these bastards down before this gets worse. Cashin spoke for the first time. You think it's a cult? Darius met his gaze. I know it's a cult. No one argued. No one needed to. They all knew what this meant. This wasn't just an underground gang war. This wasn't a turf dispute or a rebellion. This was something older. Something worse. Cashin could feel it pressing at the edges of his thoughts. The hive was rotting. And now, they had to cut the infection out. Darius straightened. Mission is simple. We're hitting their hideout. No arrests. No mercy. We go in fast, we clear the area, we burn everything. His voice hardened. Leave no one breathing. Cashin exhaled slowly. It was about to begin. Chapter 17, The Price of Information. Cashin moved through the lower hive with ease, his steps sure but unhurried. The underhive was a different beast from the Arbit's precinct, louder, dirtier, alive in a way that the cold steel corridors of law enforcement weren't. The air was thick with the scent of rust and unwashed bodies, and the ever-present hum of machinery pulsed in the background, like a mechanical heartbeat. It had been a while since he came down here. Not since his work with the Arbits began in earnest. But some things never changed, like the need for information. And Joran? He was one of the best sources Cashin had. The back room of the drinking hole was dimly lit, the glow strips flickering in protest of their age. Joran sat where he always did, a bottle in one hand, his boots kicked up on the table. He didn't look surprised to see Cashin, though his brow lifted slightly as he gestured to the empty seat across from him. Well, well. Look who decided to crawl out of his shiny precinct, Joran drawled, taking a lazy sip from his bottle. Figured you'd forgotten about us little folk. Cashin pulled out the chair and sat, resting his arms on the table. You know me better than that. Joran scoffed. Yet. You're too stubborn to forget anything. He leaned forward, setting his drink down with a dull thud. So, what's the occasion? Because I doubt you came here just to catch up. Cashin didn't waste time. I need information. Cult activity. Locations. Anything that's been moving under the radar. Joran's expression lost some of its casual ease. He exhaled through his nose, rubbing a hand over his stubble. Shit. I was hoping you weren't gonna say that. Cashin stayed silent. Joran wasn't one to spook easily. If even he looked uneasy, then whatever was happening was worse than expected. After a moment, Joran leaned in slightly. You ever hear of the abandoned manufacturum in section 44 in Mid-Hive? Cashin frowned. I've read reports about it. Supposedly shut down decades ago. Joran nodded. That's what everyone thought. But lately? People have been seeing movement inside. Not gangers, not squatters. Something else. Cashin's fingers tapped lightly against the table. Define something else. Joran's voice lowered. Priests. That gave Cashin pause. Priests? What kind? The wrong kind, Joran muttered. These ones? They don't talk about the Emperor. They don't preach redemption or faith. They talk about blood. Cashin felt the faintest chill creep up his spine. Joran continued, his voice quieter now. No one gets close, but people hear things. Chanting at night. Strange figures moving through the upper levels. And the people who go looking. He shook his head. They don't come back. Cashin studied him. Joran wasn't the type to buy into ghost stories or hysteria. If he was taking this seriously, then there was something to it. You got a layout of the place? Cashin asked. Joran hesitated, then dug into his jacket, pulling out a crumpled map. He smoothed it onto the table, his fingers tracing over faded lines. This is old, but it's the best I got. Tunnel access runs beneath it, but those passages have been sealed for a while. Main entry is through the loading docks. If you want in quietly, you'll need to be smart about it. Cashin committed the details to memory. This was exactly the kind of lead he needed. Joran sat back, eyeing him carefully. Look. I don't know what you're planning to do with this, but if you're smart, you'll let it go. Whatever's brewing in that manufacturum. It's not normal, Cass. I've seen gangers, I've seen Arbits crackdowns, I've seen all kinds of nasty shit in this hive, but this. He exhaled, shaking his head. This is different. Cashin didn't respond right away. There was a time when a warning like that might have made him hesitate. Not anymore. He pocketed the map and met Joran's gaze. Appreciate the concern. But I don't plan on dying. Joran gave a dry laugh, though there was little humor in it. You sound way too sure about that. Cashin smirked, just slightly. Confidence is key. Joran sighed. Just, don't get yourself killed, all right. Cashin rose from his chair, adjusting his coat. I'll do my best. And with that, he walked out, the weight of the upcoming mission settling on his shoulders. As he moved back toward the precinct, Cashin's mind was already working. Joran thought he was warning him off, but all he had done was give him the perfect lead. An abandoned manufacturum. A priest preaching about blood. Missing people. The pieces were falling into place. He didn't believe in fate. Didn't believe in destiny. But this felt like the kind of moment where things started to spiral. At least he was ready. Cashin moved quickly through the precinct, his boots striking against the cold steel floor. The air inside was thick with anticipation, officers preparing for battle. The tension was palpable, lingering like the scent of gun oil and incense. The Arbits were always ready for conflict, but this felt different. This was a purge. He pushed open the door to Vane Darris' office, stepping inside without hesitation. Darris looked up from a data slate, his expression neutral. But there was an edge in his eyes, the kind of weight that only came before bloodshed. You're back, Darris said, setting the slate down. That was fast. Cashin didn't waste time. He pulled a worn-out map from his coat and spread it across Darris' desk. The parchment was old, the ink faded, but the markings were unmistakable. Joran gave me this, Cashin said. Abandoned manufacturum in section 44. It's active, strange movement, figures coming and going at night, and a priest preaching something that isn't the Emperor's word. Darris' brow furrowed. A priest. Cashin nodded. Joran heard chants. People disappearing in the surrounding area. Tunnels that should be sealed aren't. He said it feels wrong. Darris exhaled through his nose, leaning forward. And you trust this source? Cashin met his gaze. He's never been wrong before. Darris was silent for a moment, staring at the map, his fingers tapping against the desk. Then he gave a small, humorless smirk. You really know how to find trouble, Vale? Cashin shrugged. I just follow the trail. Darris straightened. Good work. This lines up with some reports we've had, but nothing solid until now. We needed a location, and you just handed us one. Cashin nodded. What's the plan? Darris didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pressed a COMM bead in his ear. Get me Sira, Gaius, and the others. We're meeting now. The meeting room was dimly lit, a single lumen casting long shadows over the table. A small group of enforcers gathered, their faces hardened, their armor worn from past engagements. Darris stood at the head of the table. The map Cashin provided was spread out in front of them. We have confirmed cult activity in section 44, Darris began. The manufacturum has been compromised. We don't know their numbers, but we know they're organized. This isn't a gutter cult of scavengers, it's something more. Our job is to root them out before this spreads. The enforcers exchanged looks. None of them were surprised. Gaius, a veteran officer, crossed his arms. What do we know about their defenses? Darris nodded toward Cashin. Vale, give them what you've got. Cashin leaned slightly over the map, keeping his voice measured. He wasn't in command here, but he could provide insight. The main entrance is through the loading docks. That's their most defensible position, they'll expect an assault from there. The manufacturum itself is old, which means plenty of collapsed sections, broken stairwells, and rusted catwalks. Sira, another officer, frowned. Any secondary entry points? Cashin tapped a section of the map. Upper levels. If we can breach from the top floors, we can cut off their escape routes and trap them inside. Darris considered this. We'll split into two teams, then. Main force takes the docks. Secondary team moves in from the upper levels. If they try to run, we gun them down. Gaius nodded approvingly. And explosives? We could breach multiple points at once. Cashin shook his head. Too risky. We don't know how unstable the structure is. One bad detonation, and we're burying ourselves along with them. Darius smirked slightly. Good thinking. Syrah exhaled, crossing her arms. Weapons? We go in expecting autoguns and stubbers, but if they've got lost weapons or worse. Darius' expression hardened. Then we adjust. Shock and awe. No drawn-out fights, we hit them fast and end it quickly. The longer we stay, the worse it gets. The room fell silent for a moment. Everyone understood what that meant. Cashin watched them, reading the room. These were seasoned officers, but even they weren't underestimating this mission. Darius finally spoke again. We move in 3 hours. Get your gear ready. The precinct became a controlled storm of motion. Enforcers moved with purpose, checking weapons, preparing armor, running final diagnostics on their gear. Cashin moved through the armory, securing his own loadout. Shock Maul at his side, combat shotgun slung across his back. His armor was already strapped on heavy, reliable, built for war. Darius stopped beside him, tightening the straps of his own gear. You ready? He asked. Cashin loaded a fresh shell into his shotgun. Always. Darius studied him for a moment, then gave a small chuckle. You've changed, Vale. Cashin glanced at him. That a problem? Darius shook his head. Just an observation. Cashin didn't respond. He had changed. And he'd keep changing, adapting, until nothing could touch him. Across the room, officers murmured quiet prayers, reciting battle hymns under their breath. Others checked and rechecked their weapons. Some sat in silence, eating their rations as if it were their last meal. Cashin observed them, but he didn't waste time on rituals or superstition. Faith wouldn't save them. Only preparation would. Darius clapped him on the shoulder. 3 hours. Get some rest while you can. Cashin simply nodded. He knew he needed time to prepare himself. Chapter 18, The Descent into Madness. Well, here is a bonus chapters. Thanks for the overwhelming support, guys. The precinct gates groaned open, and the convoy began to move. The engines of repressor transports, Chimera IFVs and Arbit's pattern Rhino carriers roared as they rolled forward, kicking up thick clouds of dust and smoke. Hundreds of vehicles, thousands of men. Cashin sat inside a repressor transport, surrounded by Arbit's enforcers in full riot gear, midnight black carapace armor, plasteel helmets, and thick blast visors concealing their expressions. Their shock mauls and suppression shields were locked into holsters, but their hands never strayed far. Most clutched combat shotguns, bolters, or Arbit's pattern power batons. Cashin checked his own loadout. Combat shotgun, a solid, brutal weapon capable of chambering manstopper rounds, executioner shells, and incendiary charges. Arbit's issue bolt pistol, compact, heavy, and utterly lethal. The mass reactive rounds would reduce flesh to pulp and bone to shards. Shock Maul, a symbol of Imperial law. Its crackling power field would shatter bones and send arcs of electricity through a man's nervous system. Arbit's carapace armor, not quite power armor, but a damn sight better than flak vests. Thick ceramite plating, reinforced joints, and an auto-sealing system to counter gas attacks. A vox chime crackled. 5 minutes to departure. All units, prepare for movement. Across the convoy, hundreds of thousands of voices murmured the Emperor's prayers. Some were recited in Low Gothic, others in the ancient, reverent syllables of High Gothic. Cashin heard a gruff Ogren mutter his own version, stumbling over words. The abhumans were packed into their own transports, brutes clad in thick armor, wielding ripper guns nearly the size of Cashin himself. Loyal, stupid, but terrifying in battle. Across the transports, hive conscripts muttered their own prayers. Some looked terrified, men and women plucked from their homes, given a flak vest, a lasgun, and an order to die for the Emperor. Others had the blank, hollow look of men who had already accepted their fate. Cashin had seen it before. He had been one of them once. Now, he was different. Darius sat beside him, checking the data slate containing their orders. This isn't just one battle, Darius muttered. It's happening across the entire hive, the entire damn cluster. Orders from above. Purge every last cultist. Cashin nodded, but his mind lingered on Joran's warnings. Something felt off. They had uncovered the cult, but was this truly the extent of it? All units, prepare for transit. The vox crackled again. Then the convoy lurched forward. The streets blurred past, towering hab blocks and crumbling manufacturums casting long shadows over the roadway. The city was alive with sirens, Arbit's checkpoints, and Imperial banners fluttering in the artificial wind. As they moved deeper into Sector 44, the change became impossible to ignore. The air grew thick. Wrong. Faint whispers, just at the edge of hearing. Shadows that moved when they shouldn't. Pic displays flickering erratically, showing the Emperor's face one moment and static the next. A conscript in a nearby transport started shaking. Muttering. His seatmate shoved him, cursing under his breath. Cashin caught Darius' gaze. They both felt it. Cashin's hands tightened around his weapon. This wasn't just another battle. It was something worse. The convoy came to a crawling stop. Engines sputtered, and the low hum of the Voxnet filled the air as orders passed between commanders. Doors slammed open, boots hit the ground, and thousands of soldiers filed into position. The marching thud of Ogren units, the sharp clatter of las guns being checked, and the click of power packs being loaded filled the atmosphere with nervous tension. Cashin stepped out of the repressor alongside Darius, his combat shotgun raised, bolt pistol strapped to his thigh. And then, he saw it. The abandoned manufacturum of Sector 44. Once, it had been a monolithic structure, a place where workers had toiled for generations under the Emperor's light. Now, it was a corpse. Steel walls had blackened and corroded, sagging inward like melted wax. Massive catwalks and gantries hung at unnatural angles, twisting in ways that made no architectural sense. Enormous chimneys once vomiting smog into the hive's atmosphere now dripped with a slick, red substance. It pooled on the ground like congealed blood. The air was thick. Not just with smoke and fumes but with something else. Something invisible. The conscripts felt it first. They muttered prayers, some clutching their aquilus so tightly their knuckles turned white. A few refused to step forward, visibly trembling. A young soldier vomited. The Arbit's commanders barked at them, forcing them to form ranks, but even the veterans gripped their weapons tighter. The Ogrens didn't notice. They stomped forward, dull eyes scanning for enemies. Cashin exhaled. His gut told him something was very, very wrong. This place wasn't just a hive of heresy. It was tainted. Warp-tainted. Darius tapped the Vox link on his helmet. Arbit's squads, form up. Fire teams, spread out in standard purge formation. Maintain staggered movement, no clumping. Suppression teams, set up heavy bolters and riot shields on our flanks. Across the manufacturum entrance, soldiers moved like a well-oiled machine. Shock troopers deployed in staggered formations, each pair covering the other as they advanced. Ogren units took the front lines, heavy ripper guns loaded with armor-piercing rounds. Hive conscripts filled the rear lines, las guns primed. They would serve as fodder but also as bait. A towering Arbit's officer shouted commands through a Vox amplifier. 1st Division, you take the left flank. Sweep through the secondary access tunnels. 2nd Division, hold the courtyard. 3rd Division, with me we breach the main entrance. Darius turned to Cashin. We stick to the main assault. Stay close. Cashin nodded, gripping his shotgun. The doors of the manufacturum loomed ahead. They had once been reinforced plasteel, capable of withstanding decades of industrial work. Now, they were bent inward, torn apart by something powerful. A deep claw mark had been carved across the steel. No, not clawed. Gouged. As if the metal itself had been ripped apart by force alone. Cashin's stomach twisted. This wasn't just a cold hideout. Something was waiting for them. Darius signaled to the breach teams. Stack up. Breaching in 3. Cashin tightened his grip. And then the final orders came. Go. 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 They surged forward into the unknown. The breach order was given. Then hell was unleashed. The moment the Arbits breached the manufacturum's gates, the world erupted into fire and blood. A wall of gunfire slammed into the advancing forces. Las gun beams and autogun rounds rained down from the catwalks, tearing into the first ranks of conscripts. Bodies jerked and twisted, limbs severed, heads vaporized by well-placed shots. Screams echoed through the cavernous hall, pain, terror, and the wet sound of bodies hitting the ground. Cashin dove for cover behind a rusted pipe, heart hammering. His visor's HUD flickered with movement signatures, dozens, no, hundreds of hostiles. Darius shouted into the Vox link. Suppressing fire. Move forward in staggered formation. Riot shields up. The Arbit's shock teams surged forward, forming a brutal wall of heavy shields. Behind them, enforcers unleashed a storm of bolter fire, explosive rounds tearing apart the entrenched cultists. Blood splattered across the manufacturum floor, staining the already corroded metal. Cashin popped up from cover, firing his shotgun. A cultist sprinted towards him, face twisted in religious ecstasy, a rusted chain sword raised high. Boom! The scatter shot tore into the man's chest, sending flesh and bone flying. The body slumped against a pile of half-eaten corpses, remnants of previous victims. And yet more came. Hundreds of them, pouring from the upper levels, screaming praises to their dark god. Skulls for the throne. Cashin felt a cold chill crawl up his spine. They weren't just fighting men. They were butchers. Overwhelmed. Hold the line! An Arbit's captain roared. Heavy bolters, cut them down. The gun emplacements opened fire, spewing death. Cultists were torn apart, limbs severed, bodies split open, gore splattering against the steel walls. But they didn't stop. They kept coming. From the rafters. From the maintenance shafts. From the shadows. It was like the hive itself had given birth to them. Cashin ducked under a wild axe swing, slamming his shotgun into a cultist's gut and pulling the trigger. Viscera exploded outward. He stumbled backward, wiping blood from his visor, breathing hard. This was madness. Darius grabbed his shoulder, shouting over the chaos. We need to break through. This entrance is a meat grinder. Cashin nodded. The frontal assault wasn't working. They needed a way in. Flanking maneuver. Cashin's eyes scanned the manufacturum. The main hall was suicide. But there a side corridor. Partially collapsed, covered in debris, but still open. He grabbed Darius. There. A side entry. We can flank. Darius didn't hesitate. He barked into the Vox link. Shock teams, with us. Enforcers, hold position and keep them occupied. We'll clear the bastards from the inside. A squad of 20 Arbits followed, moving with precision. They rushed into the side corridor, las fire flashing behind them. Cashin kept his shotgun raised, moving fast. The hall reeked. Something was rotting here. The walls covered in blood, symbols carved deep into the steel. Something watched them. Something waited. Then they came. The cultists had been waiting. They rushed from the shadows, wielding makeshift weapons, blades, rusted firearms, their bare hands. Cashin fired. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3. A cultist's head vanished in a mist of red. Another took a bolt round to the chest, his ribcage exploding outward. The Arbits moved with brutal efficiency, cutting down the first wave. But then the next wave came. Faster. Stronger. And these weren't just men. They were mutated. One lunged forward, skin stretched over rippling muscle, eyes glowing red. Cashin barely dodged, feeling the rush of wind as a massive claw scraped his armor. He aimed, fired, nothing. Empty magazine. The thing tackled him. Cashin hit the blood-soaked floor, struggling as the abomination loomed over him, drool dripping from its twisted maw. It raised its claws, going for the kill. Bang! A bolt round tore through its skull. Cashin rolled free as Darius pulled him up. Stay sharp! Darius barked. No mistakes. Cashin reloaded, chest heaving. They kept moving. The manufacturum stretched onward, deeper into the madness. And the worst was yet to come. The battle raged, and the air reeked of blood, burning flesh, and the acrid stench of ozone from lasgun discharges. The Arbits and enforcers fought like cornered beasts, but it was clear the cultists outnumbered them by hundreds of thousands. And now, the real horrors were revealing themselves. Advance! The roar of officers barely cut through the cacophony of battle. The Arbits' shock teams moved in disciplined formation, their riot shields locked together, bolt guns firing in measured bursts. Yet the cultists kept coming. Cashin's vision swam with the madness of the charged hordes of half-naked men and women, their bodies painted in dried gore, their eyes wild with religious ecstasy. Some were still human. Most were not. A brute of a man rushed forward, a massive chain axe gripped in clawed fingers. His skin rippled as if something slithered beneath it, muscles twitching unnaturally. His mouth stretched too wide, teeth jagged like broken glass. Cashin raised his shotgun. Boom! The scatter shot ripped into the man's chest, chunks of flesh flying, but he didn't stop. Another shot. Point blank. The cultist stumbled, viscera spilling from the gaping wound in his gut. Yet his mouth split into a grin too wide, too wrong. Blessed by the blood god, the man rasped. Then he lunged. Cashin barely ducked the swing, the chain axe whirring inches from his head. Cashin's shotgun cracked. The mutant's skull erupted, brain matter splattering the walls. Keep moving. Darius barked. Cashin didn't need to be told twice. The corridors of the manufacturum stretched ahead, choked with debris, old cogitator terminals, and conveyor belts that once served the Imperium's war machine. Now it belonged to something else. Something wrong. They pushed deeper. The cultists had fortified positions within the manufacturum's interior, twisted corridors littered with barricades made from human bones, rusted machinery, and discarded Imperial Guard armor. Cashin felt it before he saw it. The air was thick, suffocating. Then they turned a corner. And stopped. The walls moved. No, they pulsed. Flesh. The corridor was covered in it. Pulsating, writhing, veins crawling like worms beneath the surface. Eyes opened and closed within the meat, staring. Watching. One of the conscripted enforcers gagged. By the Emperor, what is this? Darius clenched his jaw. Warp corruption. Cashin swallowed, his grip on his shotgun white-knuckled. The cultists had let the warp seep into reality. And the hive had begun to change. Something slithered within the wall's thick, wet tendrils shifting just beneath the surface. Then they moved. A cultist emerged from the mass, if it could still be called one. Its limbs had fused with the walls, bones sticking out at unnatural angles. It gurgled something. A prayer? A curse? Cashin didn't care. Boom. He fired. The head exploded, but the body twitched, half melted into the flesh wall. More shapes stirred. Move. Move. Darius ordered. The team broke into a sprint, vaulting over flesh-coated debris, avoiding the grasping limbs that burst from the walls. One of the conscripted enforcers wasn't fast enough. A tendril lashed out, wrapping around his leg. He screamed, then was yanked into the wall. His flesh sank into the mass, absorbed. Within seconds he was gone. Cashin didn't stop. Couldn't stop. They emerged into an open chamber. And stared into the abyss. The heart of the manufacturum had become a shrine. A great hall, stretching hundreds of meters wide, filled with writhing masses of cultists. And in the center, a monstrous altar. Piles of corpses, some fresh, some rotting, stacked high. Blood poured from the top, flowing down the steps like a waterfall. And seated upon the altar was something that should not be. A thing of brass and flesh. It had once been human. Now it was a nightmare. Muscle stretched unnaturally over a towering frame, its head crowned with jagged horns. Its hands too large, too clawed, dripping with blood. Its eyes hollow, burning embers. The cultists roared in praise. A gift for the blood god. Cashin's breath caught in his throat. It was happening. The warp was bleeding into reality. And they were too late. Darius whispered the words no one wanted to hear. They're summoning a daemon. Cashin's stomach turned to ice. The mission had just changed. This wasn't a purge anymore. This was a war. Chapter 19, The Upper Assault. The secondary team moved in silence. 100 enforcers, hive scum mercenaries, and ogren brutes, advancing through the ruined upper levels of the manufacturum. Their orders were simple: cut off the cultists' escape, lock them inside, and slaughter them like animals. For Enforcer Sergeant Hadrian Voss, this mission was nothing short of hell. Hadrian had served the enforcers for 20 years, a lifetime in the Underhive. He had fought mutants, gangers, rogue psykers, and even the occasional Xenos infestation. But this was something else entirely. The hive was dying. He felt it in his bones. First, the disappearances. Entire hab blocks emptied overnight, with no screams, no struggle, just gone. Then, the whispers. Priests raving about the blood god, their sermons growing louder, their eyes too bright, too hungry. And now this. A full-blown chaos uprising. Hadrian's grip tightened around his combat shotgun. They had to end this. Even if it killed them all. Move. The enforcers advanced, boots crunching on rusted catwalks, las carbines raised. They weren't subtle. They didn't need to be. Cut their throats before they see us, Hadrian had ordered. And the hive scum followed. They moved in packs, scavenged weapons gleaming in the dim lumen strips. Knives, auto pistols, stubborn sturdy, brutal weapons, but effective. A mutant guard spotted them too late. A vibro knife flashed. The hive scummer drove it into the mutant's throat, twisting. No scream. No noise. Just death. They kept moving. The cultists were waiting. The first barricade was a death trap. They had welded rusted servitors to the walls, their twisted forms wired into lasgun turrets. As soon as the enforcers stepped into the open, hell erupted. Loss fire speared through the darkness, cutting men down instantly. Cover! Hadrian roared. The hive scum dove for the ground, rolling behind machinery. A grenade arced through the air. Boom! The explosion sent limbs flying, turning cover into splinters. An ogre charged forward, ignoring the shrapnel. For the Emperor. The brute lifted a chunk of metal debris, using it as a shield. Autogun rounds ricocheted off him, barely slowing him down. Then he was among them. The first cultist exploded into paste as the ogre's fist caved his skull in. A second was lifted, spine snapping as the brute crushed him in a bear hug. Blood sprayed. The hive scum followed, swarming through the opening. Hadrian moved with them, shotgun barking, blowing a cultist's leg clean off. The enemy fell, screaming, clawing at the bleeding stump. Hadrian didn't slow down. No mercy. They pushed forward, deeper into the heart of the manufacturum's upper levels. The walls pulsed with corruption. They could hear it now chanting. The cultists weren't breaking. They were summoning something. A great metal door loomed ahead. Scratched into it a symbol. A skull, wreathed in fire, with fangs like daggers. Hadrian had seen it before. The Crimson Howl. The last thing he remembered before the doors burst open was the sound of laughter. And then they charged. The battle exploded into a brutal melee. The cultists came screaming, axes and cleavers in hand. They were not human anymore. Their bodies twisted, some with extra arms, some with mouths where their stomachs should be. One had a chain sword fused to his flesh. Hadrian fired point blank, blowing his head off. An ogre roared, swinging a broken I-beam like a club. A cultist was sent flying, crashing through the catwalk below. The hive scum fought dirty gut shots, throat slits, eye gouges. But it wasn't enough. The cultists didn't feel pain. One of the enforcers screamed as a mutant ripped his arm off and bit into his throat. Blood painted the walls. Hadrian gritted his teeth. They had to hold. Had to cut the bastards off before they could escape. Seal the doors. He roared. A tech priest, barely alive, slammed his augmetic fist into the control panel. The gates groaned shut. The cultists inside the manufacturum were trapped. But so were they. And the worst was still coming. Hadrian had seen slaughter before. He had seen men butcher each other in the streets over scraps of corpse starch. He had seen gangers flay the living just to wear their skin as trophies. He had seen the aftermath of a rogue psykers rampage, entire hab blocks turned inside out, bodies fused to ferrocrete walls, their screams still echoing in the warp. But this was something else entirely. The manufacturum was a charnel house. The moment the doors sealed, something inside the cultists snapped. The chanting turned to howls, not words, just raw, animalistic noise. And then the killing began. Hadrian fired into the writhing mass of flesh, his shotgun barking as a cultist's chest erupted into pulp. A hive scummer next to him shrieked, pinned beneath a hulking mutant. The thing had no eyes, just a maw of rotting teeth where its face should be. It bit down. Hadrian heard bones crunching. The man screamed, kicked, thrashed until he didn't. The mutant kept chewing. Hadrian didn't think. He raised his shotgun and blew the thing's head apart. The body twitched, but the mouth kept chewing. And then the others started eating, too. It wasn't just the mutants. It was the cultists. It was his own men. A wounded enforcer, his guts spilling out, grabbed at a corpse and shoved handfuls of raw meat into his mouth. A hive scum, blood-crazed, ripped out a dying man's throat with his teeth. Even the ogrins were tearing at bodies, gnawing on limbs, their eyes glazed over in a mindless hunger. The air was thick with the stink of blood and excrement. Hadrian felt something inside him crack. This wasn't a battle anymore. This was hell. The enforcers had been trained for war. They had been trained for order. But order was gone. One of his men, a veteran, a man who had once held the line against an entire underhive gang alone let out a strangled sob and tore off his own helmet. For him. For the blood god. And then he charged into the cultists. Not to fight. To join them. Hadrian watched in horror as his once loyal comrade hacked into his own squad mates with a rusted machete, laughing, crying, screaming. And he wasn't alone. One by one, the enforcers gave in. They threw down their guns and waded into the blood, hacking, biting, feasting. Hadrian felt his heart pounding, his hands shaking. His vision blurred red. The scent of blood was everywhere. His stomach twisted. For a moment, he could almost taste it. He was hungry. No, he had to fight it. Hadrian gritted his teeth and kept firing. He had to hold on. Hadrian. A voice distant, echoing. A hand grabbing his shoulder, shaking him. Hadrian turned, shotgun raised. It was Lauren, the last of sane enforcers left. His face was pale, eyes wide with horror. They're all lost. We need to move. Now. Hadrian looked around. The manufacturum floor was a sea of bodies. No more sides. No more loyalty. Just flesh and hunger. A cultist, an enforcer, a hive scum indistinguishable now wrestled in the gore, biting, tearing, drowning in their own madness. The walls shuddered, pulsing like living flesh. Something was coming. Something was watching. Hadrian felt its gaze. It was inside him. Inside all of them. He let out a shuddering breath. Move. And they ran. Hadrian's breath was ragged, his vision blurred, his limbs heavy with exhaustion and something worse, something gnawing at the edges of his mind. The blood was up to his ankles now, pooling thick across the manufacturum floor, sinking into the cracks of the steel. It wasn't just blood anymore. It moved. It pulsed, slow and alive, whispering in voices he didn't recognize or worse, voices he did. Hadrian! Hadrian, why do you run? The corpses of his men twitched in the periphery of his vision, their lips curling into mocking grins. Hadrian clenched his jaw, steadied his stance. He had 6 men left. 6 enforcers, stripped of their armor, covered in the filth of war, barely standing. Ahead of them, the horde pressed closer. Cultists, mutants, traitors all screaming the same damn thing. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. It should have been terrifying. But Hadrian felt nothing. Nothing but hate. For the Imperium. Hadrian roared, and his men followed suit. They charged. It wasn't strategy anymore. It wasn't war. It was spite. Hadrian's shotgun barked, point blank into a screaming heretic's face. The skull burst apart like rotten fruit, but 2 more replaced him. His men fought with desperation, brutality. One of them, Lauren, his second in command, was bleeding from half a dozen wounds but still swinging, his baton cracking against bone, shattering teeth. Another, Dren, the silent one, fought with his bare hands, strangling a mutant even as it gouged out his eye. They killed. And they died. The cultists came in waves, frothing, biting, tearing. It didn't matter how many Hadrian shot down, more took their place. It's not enough. Someone screamed. He didn't know who. Then the ogrins charged. Massive, twisted things, their flesh covered in growing brass sigils, their eyes leaking black ichor. One grabbed an enforcer, ripped him in half at the waist. Lauren didn't scream. He just kept fighting. Hadrian could barely hold his shotgun. His arms felt heavy. His fingers numb. His own heartbeat was too loud, pounding like a war drum inside his skull. The whispers in the blood grew louder. Hadrian, it hurts, doesn't it? Let go. Just let go. He gritted his teeth. Damn you all. There were only 3 left. Hadrian. Dren, his stomach torn open, intestines dragging, but still breathing. Lauren missing an arm, holding a broken baton, his chest rising and falling in short, shallow gasps. The horde didn't stop. And something in Hadrian snapped. His grip on his shotgun loosened. His mind flickered. For a moment, he wasn't in the manufacturum anymore. He was home. The underhive hab he'd grown up in. The stink of mold and oil. The sound of his mother humming a hymn. He could see her now standing in the doorway. Come home, Hadrian. No. No, that wasn't real. He blinked, and the blood-soaked manufacturum returned. His mother's face melted into a writhing, blood-slick skull. Hadrian let out a ragged breath. He turned to Lauren. The man looked at him, eyes dull, but still filled with fire. No surrender. Lauren rasped, voice barely audible. No mercy. Hadrian nodded. They stood together, back to back. Dren let out a weak, rasping chuckle. Guess this is it, hey. Hadrian didn't answer. He pulled the last grenade from his belt. The cultists laughed, jeered, beckoned them forward. Hadrian didn't hear them anymore. The only thing he heard was the Emperor's name, whispered in his mind. For him. Lauren knelt, muttering a final prayer. Dren wiped the blood from his eyes, and grinned. For the Imperium, Hadrian said. And he pulled the pin. Chapter 20, The Veil Shatters. Cassian felt it before he saw it. The air in the manufacturum grew thick, suffocating, like the pressure of the deep void pressing down on his lungs. The smell of blood, thick and cloying, coated his throat. His skin crawled as if a million unseen hands were brushing against him. They were too late. The cultists had succeeded. The warp had bled into reality. Ahead, at the heart of the manufacturum, a monstrous tear in reality pulsed like a living wound. A massive rift agate, a maw, a curse upon the world. From within, it howled, an endless chorus of laughter, wailing, and screams. Voices of the damned. Cassian's breath hitched. His vision swam. It was getting inside his head. The warp was speaking to him. You do not belong here. The voice was inside him. Cold, cruel, knowing. Cassian staggered back, gripping his weapon tight. You are not like them. You see. You understand. His hands shook. His vision blurred. And then he saw them. The dead. Faces he had seen in life, now twisted in agony, staring at him with pleading eyes. Joran. His throat torn open. The old man from the scriptorum. Skin peeled from his face. Darius. Guts spilling from his stomach, reaching out to him. Why didn't you save us, Cassian? You left us to die. You could have been more. You could have been powerful. He gritted his teeth. Lies. The warp pressed harder. The walls twisted, melting like wax. The manufacturum flickered between two realities, one of decayed metal and another of raw, screaming flesh. Cassian's head pounded. The whispers turned to shouts. Take the gift. Embrace it. Be free. Something inside him, something deep, instinctual, something he had buried since he arrived in this hell ached. The promise of power. He could take it. He could survive. Cassian almost reached out. But then. A gunshot. Darius. Cassian. Cassian gasped, snapping back to reality. His fingers had been reaching toward nothing. He looked around, his team was breaking. The elite enforcers, hardened warriors of the Imperium, were falling. Twisted flesh, broken minds. One by one, they succumbed. A woman screamed as her body split down the middle, her ribcage snapping open like a maw, fanged hands sprouting from within. Another enforcer clawed at his face, ripping his own eyes out, laughing as his skin melted into writhing, tumor-ridden flesh. Some collapsed in fits of gibbering madness, foaming at the mouth, whispering hymns to gods that should not exist. The warp had claimed them. Cassian could only watch in horror. Fall back! Darius barked, his voice cutting through the chaos. Cassian and the remaining 5 men staggered away, barely keeping themselves together. Behind them, their former allies rose. They were not men anymore. They were monsters. The manufacturum erupted. From the rift, they came. Demons. A flood of them. Horrors of writhing, shifting flesh. Beasts of fangs and hunger. And worse things that had no true form, only shadows of torment and nightmare. The thousands of cultists fell to their knees, screaming in ecstasy. Their gods had answered. And now, they would kill in their name. Cassian and his team were surrounded. Outnumbered. This was not a battle. This was annihilation. Cassian's world shrunk to the battlefield before him. Thousands of cultists, mutated enforcers, and demons surged forward, their forms writhing in the sickly glow of the warp rift. The manufacturum was no longer just a factory of metal and stone, it was a temple of slaughter. The stench of blood, rot, and burning flesh choked the air. The ground beneath his feet pulsed, as if something massive and alive lurked just beneath the surface. The situation was impossible. "We die here," one of the enforcers whispered. "Not yet," Darius growled, shoving him forward. "Fight!" Cashin clenched his teeth, his mind racing. They had one advantage: the manufacturum's choke points. If they were going to die, they would make these bastards pay for every inch of ground. "Hold the line at the bottleneck!" Cashin barked, pointing to the half-collapsed assembly lines to their left. Darius caught on immediately. "Fall back! Keep them funneled!" They ran, skirting around the hordes of cultists. They leaped over conveyor belts, pushing past half-melted machinery. Warp-twisted metal howled in agony as they moved. Behind them, the enemy poured in. Mutated enforcers, with limbs too long and jaws unhinged, scrambled after them like beasts. Bloodletters roared in mindless hunger, their eyes burning with malice. Cultists chanted in a fevered frenzy, blades raised high. Cashin and his men slid into position. A single corridor, choked with debris and broken machines, led to them. A perfect kill zone. Fire! Their bolters roared. Rounds ripped through flesh and bone. The first wave collapsed in sprays of gore. Limbs flew, heads burst, bodies crumpled. But for every cultist that fell, 10 more surged forward. The bloodletters were relentless. One of them, a hulking mass of bleeding muscle and burning brass, charged through the gunfire. It swung a massive cleaver of rusted iron, catching an enforcer mid-air and bisecting him in a single swing. Another enforcer, a veteran of 100 battles, screamed as the warp took him. His body split, his own ribcage forming into grasping hands that tore his face apart. Cashin gritted his teeth. It was not enough. They were going to die. But something inside him refused to accept that. Cashin exhaled, his fingers tightening around his bolter gun. Fear was creeping into the eyes of his men. He could see it in the way their hands trembled, how their movements lost efficiency. It was not the situation that was impossible. It was their belief that it was. He had always known this to be true. Emotion could cloud judgment, but only if he allowed it to. Panic, hesitation, and despair, these were the real enemies. Cashin forced himself to breathe slow, steady. Control the mind, and the body will follow. Focus. His voice cut through the chaos, cold and steady. Darius glanced at him. "What?" "Keep shooting," Cashin murmured, stepping forward. "Let me handle the rest." Darius opened his mouth but said nothing. He simply nodded. And in that moment something inside Cashin changed. The warp screamed. Cashin felt his mind stretch beyond his body. It was like opening a door that had always been there, one he had never dared touch. His thoughts were no longer his own. He could feel them. The minds of the cultists. Twisted, broken, fanatical. Their memories. Their rage. Their delusions. Cashin seized them. Thousands of cultists stiffened mid-charge. Their bodies froze. Their eyes rolled back. Their minds became nothing. Vegetables. The battlefield shifted in an instant. The charging cultists collapsed mid-step. Bloodletters stumbled, roaring in confusion as their mortal followers fell lifeless to the ground. Darius stared at Cashin. What the fuck? But Cashin wasn't finished. The warp noticed him. And it did not like what he had done. Cashin clutched his head as the voices returned. Thief! You have touched what you do not understand. The entire manufacturum trembled. The warp rift flared. And suddenly, the voices were inside him. They screamed, whispered, laughed, wept. 100,000 voices, all at once. His mind threatened to snap. He fell to one knee, blood leaking from his nose and eyes. But he refused to break. This was his mind. His body. He was not a slave. Cashin pushed back. The voices grew louder. He pushed harder. The whispers became screams. He crushed them. One by one. Until there was only silence. Cashin exhaled. His vision cleared. He stood, stronger than before. The warp had tried to break him. But all it had done was make him stronger. Cashin stood amidst the carnage, his breath slow and measured. His mind, once his prison, was now his weapon. The battlefield had changed. Where before he had been a soldier in the tides of war, now he was something else entirely. The cultists stumbled in confusion. Those that had not fallen to his telepathic assault gawked at their unmoving comrades, unable to comprehend why their brothers had collapsed like puppets with their strings cut. Cashin did not hesitate. He moved, bolter gun raised, firing without mercy. Pshhk. A cultist's head exploded as a precise last bolt burned through his skull. Another fell screaming, his chest melted open by sustained fire. Darius and the remaining 5 men followed suit. Move! Darius roared. They pushed forward, cutting through the disoriented enemy like a scalpel through rotten flesh. The bloodletters, however, were not so easily broken. They saw Cashin for what he was. A thief. A trespasser. A mortal who had taken something beyond his station. A threat. With unholy roars, they surged forward. Cashin felt them coming before they moved. His telepathy stretched out like phantom limbs, sensing the rage, the hunger, the hate. He did not flinch. Instead, he embraced the clarity it gave him. The first bloodletter charged, massive hellblade raised high. Cashin sidestepped, his body moving with unnatural speed not because of reflex, but because he saw it before it happened. The daemon's blade missed by inches. Cashin responded with a point-blank shot to the skull. The bullet sizzled against demonic flesh, but the creature did not die. It snarled, swinging wildly. Cashin ducked low and drove his combat knife into the daemon's throat. The warp-tainted flesh fought against the steel, resisting. Cashin twisted the blade, yanking sideways. The daemon gurgled, its own unnatural ichor spurting in thick clots. Then he ripped its throat open. The daemon collapsed, twitching. Cashin had no time to revel in the kill. Another bloodletter was already upon him. This time, he did not move. Instead, he reached into its mind. The bloodletter froze mid-stride. It snarled, body trembling, as if fighting something unseen. Cashin tightened his mental grip. He felt the daemon's willpower raging against him, an inferno of hatred, violence, and unshakable loyalty to its dark god. But Cashin had already crushed stronger minds. Kneel! The bloodletter roared in defiance. Cashin pushed harder. The daemon dropped to one knee, trembling violently. Its own kind stared in shock. Cashin shoved the barrel of his gun against its forehead. Pshhk. The daemon's skull burst open, black ichor splattering across the metal floor. Darius and the others kept moving, cutting down the cultists in their way. They were so close to an exit. Then, the warp screamed again. Cashin staggered as the warp pressed against him. The air thickened. The world around him warped. He saw things that were not there. Visions. Himself, standing above billions, a golden crown upon his brow. A voice, sweet as honey, whispered in his ear. You can be more. You are already beyond them. Why suffer? Cashin gritted his teeth. This power is yours. Take it. He could feel the promise. To let go. To surrender. To embrace something greater. He almost wanted to. But then, he laughed. A dry, humorless chuckle. It was pathetic. The warp offered him power. It thought he would bend just because he was on the verge of death. Cashin crushed the voice in his mind the same way he crushed the cultists. The vision shattered. Cashin's mind snapped back to reality. The warp recoiled from him. Cashin grinned. The enemy had no idea what they had awakened. Keep moving. Darius barked. One of their remaining enforcers, a grizzled veteran, was too slow. A bloodletter's blade cleaved through his midsection. The man screamed, falling in 2 halves. Cashin did not stop. The next man, a hive scum with more scars than skin, was impaled through the back. The last 3 enforcers made it to the outer corridor. Cashin and Darius were the last to leave. Behind them, the manufacturum collapsed in on itself. Demons screeched. Cultists wailed. The fires of their own madness consumed them. Cashin stood at the threshold, staring into the inferno. He felt nothing. Not victory. Not relief. Just the cold certainty that this was not the end. It was only the beginning.
Thanks for listening.